So, we should be live, I think. So, welcome everyone who's listening to our next live stream in the EU, which is about Darksaber. Once again, I'm joined by Pico. Hello.
Hey.
And yeah, I guess maybe you just want to quickly say when you read the book, like how long has it been? And I guess what you thought about it, like just briefly summarized.
I finished this book about a week ago, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
And it started out kind of fun,
Mm-hmm.
and then it got pretty good near the middle, and then the
Mm-hmm.
ending happened, and it fell apart, and that was really sad because this could have actually gotten to like a 7 territory.
Yep.
But Kevin,
It's Kevin again. I agree. The beginning was pretty interesting with the the Jabba the Hutt thing on Tatooine. I was like, oh, that's sort of interesting. And yeah, like you said, in the middle it seemed pretty strong. I mean, I don't know, Dala was not strong for me throughout this book, but I was like, okay, I
I
can.
like things surrounding Dala. It was just Dala
Yeah,
herself.
Dala herself is not. I'm not gonna warm up to her. Not anytime. I think. And I mean, she's gonna be in Legacy of the Force. I can't really imagine me liking her that much more in that series. But yeah, no, I agree. This could have been like this was a fun, not only fun, but actually good book. But yeah, like pretty much, and we're gonna talk about it. But pretty much, when the Darksaber got destroyed, like slightly before that for me already, it started like to spiral out of control, and Kevin became Kevin again. And eh,
Fab, but get
yeah,
your ass on here. You
this
just
was
read it too.
certainly was a novel. Hey, Fabi, if you want to, I posted the StreamYard link, so you can hop on. But yeah, Darksaber, that was a novel. The title says it. I call it unbridled. It's just an like it's a book. It's definitely Kevin's best adult novel. I can say that now because I've read all of them. But
People talk
yeah,
this one up, and I don't know why.
I think like I guess if you turn off your brain a bit more and you just get into the mindset of this is Kevin and read it as a Kevin book, it might be like, okay, you know what? Yeah, that's like I'm gonna accept this is his magnum opus as an adult novel. But yeah, I have to agree. It it sounded a lot more fun and like high quality than it actually turned out to be. I mean, still, like I don't think this is a horrible book, but eh, yeah, we're gonna talk about it, I guess. So let's just quickly get the title and the cover out of the way. So the title, pretty obviously, is Darksaber. I think that's a fitting title, I suppose. I mean, basically, almost everything in this book is about the Darksaber, aside from, well, quite notably the Dala and the Luke plotline.
Aside from half the book. Yeah.
Aside from half the book, it's basically about the Darksaber.
Mm.
Hello, Fabe. Oh, wait.
Hi.
What a... I have to just show that. What a beautiful... beautiful scenery for a felony. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the title works. I mean, yeah, half the book isn't about the Darksaber. That's just Kevin, I guess, by now. But it works. I mean, it's a fine title. The German title is... This is one of the weirder German translations because it's not actually translated, but just added. It just added a few words, so it's Darksaber, der Todesstern. So Darksaber, the Death Star.
It's not
Don't...
a Death Star though.
Yeah, like that's a subtitle basically of the German. I don't know why they added that. It's like Shadow Games is Shadow Games in the shadow. So don't ask me why this is a thing, but apparently it was. Maybe to, I don't know. I mean, I would have said like maybe to point out this isn't the TCW Darksaber, but then again, this was quite a bit before TCW, so I have no idea why they added that. But yeah, it's a title. The cover. So we have Luke, obviously from just a screenshot from him on Bespin. Okay, like we've had Luke quite a bit worse, I would say. Han is okay, like nothing really special. I think Leia also seems fine enough. And just before I talk about more stuff, like I have the hardcover, so I have the identical cover as to this one. And maybe it's just my printing, but does it seem like it's a low res picture to you as well?
No, it does. It totally does. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's the filter they added.
probably, yeah, it has to be because it. Yeah, I suppose it's meant to be like an effect or something, but yeah, it looks like a photograph, just low res, which is sort of disappointing. This jump scared the shit out of me. I apparently clicked on the stream on Discord before it started, so when I came back from it was. Well, yeah, I've been told my voice in your ear is calming, but okay, Alex, if you want to be scared, that's fine too. No, we have. I guess we have X-wings and TIE fighters, which always works. I suppose we have Imperial guards, which I wondered. Yeah,
I don't really like how they shouldn't be surrounding the faces of Leia and Han.
yeah, especially that they're shooting, like
Yeah.
all through them. Yeah, that is true. I have.
Oh my god, there's a shot coming out of Leia.
Yeah, like out of like above her breasts but below her neck.
Someone
Yeah. Luke is getting
shoulder.
Luke is getting grilled here like twice, 3 times even.
And he's gonna eat that TIE fighter.
Yeah, like it looks like it's really gonna fly in his face like from behind. that's sort of funny actually. Yeah, I mean I suppose I have to remember, like, are there even X-wings in this book? I don't
There
think
are.
I mean,
There
they
are.
mention them, of course, but I don't think there's like an explicit, Rogue Squadron scene, if you want to call it that.
Only
Medina's
Wedge
there.
existing. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he's not
Medina
even a
flies an
Rogue
A-wing.
Squadroner anymore.
That's true. So Wedge is a general. He's not flying a fighter. Medina's in an A-wing. Yeah, no idea. But okay, oh well. Yeah, there's Imperial guards here, which I wondered why the hell are Imperial guards here? But yeah, Darla has Imperial guards, so I think.
Yeah, but
I
for like
guess
one
they-
scene.
For one
Yeah,
scene,
they just
literally.
mention them.
Oh, there's Imperial guards. Oh, okay. Seems like they. I mean, I guess yeah, they would be around. Like, oh, what do we do now? But okay, whatever. And yeah, the back just shows. I'm not even sure if this is supposed to be a Star Destroyer or even a Super Star Destroyer. So it might be the Night Hammer, but yeah, just a space battle again with an X-wing TIE fighters. It's a fine cover. It's not. It's a bit unorganized, I suppose. I don't
Works.
think it shows the actual Darksaber, which is sort of or I'm not sure if the thing on the back, like on the bottom right, is supposed to be the Darksaber, but it doesn't seem to me as though the Darksaber is even on the cover. That's sort of a problem.
Let me get up the full cover. Which
Yeah.
which thing on the bottom right?
Yeah, like at least for me on the back, there's like there's just a space battle, and it looks to me like it's just Star Destroyers and
Let's see.
TIE fighters and X-wing. So
I don't see anything.
don't see anything. Yeah. No, but I think I suppose the copy you have, like, it also doesn't show a Darksaber anywhere.
No.
Yeah, which is we could have had that, but
Would have been nice.
well. Would have been nice for a book titled Darksaber, but nah, whatever.
I see the full image here now. It's just one Star Destroyer and a black orb, and a few TIE fighters and X-wings shooting.
And then the Falcon.
Oh yeah, I guess that.
And
would be
the Falcon has
Falcon.
shots going through it vertically for some reason. It looks really
Yeah.
silly.
It's actually blasting holes through it.
Yeah.
That's something. But yeah, overall it's a bit unorganized, but not the worst cover, I suppose. It's functional. Yep, that's really it. What we have to say. Oh yeah, Fabe, you went on. When did you finish Darksaber? I guess. What did you
Like a
think
week
about it?
ago. When I thought, oh man, this is like a 5 or a 6. Um,
Yeah.
it's a novel. It feels like the most bantamist bantam novel.
That's a good way to put it.
It's like it's got
yeah.
super weapons, Luke love interests, Leia being the president.
It just doesn't have the
No focus.
the solo children aren't
Dala?
getting. It has Dala.
hmm
No solo children abduction plotline.
Oh,
That's
that's
true.
a bit sad. They should have had one like the Hutt tries to kidnap the solo children.
Yeah, or like, yeah, why not? You might as well. But yeah, the most bantam novel is a strangely accurate description of this. Yeah, I guess that's all there is to say. I guess let's just jump into it because it has 60 chapters, and I think I wrote down a bit too much. But yeah, let's just start with chapter 1, I guess. We get a little introduction paragraph, which
Well, first of all, Tatooine.
it's Tatooine. So you do remember the OT, guys, right?
Oh,
I
and the
mean,
Tuscan Raiders are here.
It's
I
the
know
least
what that is.
it's the least inappropriate OT reference that Kevin has made, I think, so far. So yeah, Darksaber's
It is
fine.
nice that Kevin put in where we are at the start of every chapter that changes the location. I think that's nice.
Actually, I thought, oh, maybe that would be a bit jarring, but no, it works very good. I think Darksaber's fine. I mean, we don't disagree. It's fine. I guess it depends on how you pronounce fine. Like fine. That I somewhat agree, I suppose. Yeah. So chapter 1, we get an introduction paragraph about Callista, and Callista was described as having lost her connection to the Force because of her martyrdom, or I have no idea how you pronounce it. Martyr. I don't know. Dying for your beliefs. Martyrdom.
Yeah. Something like that.
How exactly is Callista a martyr? Like, I suppose for what she did during the Clone Wars, I guess that it's like she's not a martyr. But
Have you read No Prisoners?
I have not, and I don't think I plan to.
Oh.
Isn't it a TCW tie-in novel?
Yeah, but it's got Callista and Pelion.
It has Pelion.
It has fucking Pelion.
Yeah. Then again, Darksaber has Pelion, and as cool as he
He's
was,
the best part of the book.
It's one of the best parts, yeah, definitely. Oh well, yeah. Callista is definitely a character. We have heard Matt Wilkins' infamous, theory by now that she's secretly just a Nazi, and if she is, like, that gives her a bump up, like as a, like I'm like, oh, okay, like if she just wants like pure-blooded, blonde, blue-eyed Skywalker Jedi children, then I'm like, oh, okay, I can work with that. Read No Prisoners. Ahsoka is terrified when she sees Callista's boyfriend touch her ass in pub.
It's true.
Isn't No Prisoners also where Pelion reprimands Ahsoka for dressing like a slut?
Yep.
I might read No Prisoners then, because that's actually a fair criticism, and it's good that Pelion is the one to deliver. Was that Travis or Miller? No Prisoners.
Travis. Miller made Wild Space and the Gambit duology.
Oh, I see. Okay. I almost thought it was like the same person, but she just married or something. So, yes. Okay. So it's okay. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it looks like a quick read, so I might do it. Yeah, something I immediately had to point out when I read this book is that the prose is actually human, which was definitely a step up after 450 pages of Children of the Jedi.
Who's human?
The prose was human. Like, it seemed as though written by a human for human beings to consume.
What's the quote again? Dancing like the finesse of a divorced couple at a party.
Yeah, the two asteroids were rubbing against each other with the silent, dull clumsiness of two ex-fiancés at a party. I know that one by heart now, because it's holy mother of God. Like, this is not. I don't know. And we're not gonna talk about it again. This is the most absurd prose I've ever heard. And Darksaber was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I can almost say I missed Kevin because like, oh, he writes a book that is at least readable. Pelion is always the best. If he's not tagged on to Dala, I agree, definitely. But yeah, so okay, so exactly what you mentioned, Pico. So Luke and Han infiltrate the Tusken in this chapter. We get basically that I'm not going to read everything I wrote down because a lot of it is just like retelling the story, but basically we get it, we get knowledge about how apparently there's rumors that the Hutts are doing something fishy again, and like hanging around Jabba's palace, and that makes the New Republic wonder if the Hutts, being the crime lords that they are, perhaps had access to vital like imperial information specifically about the Death Star, because of course they would not want this information to be public or even known to the Hutts. So Luke and Han revisit the Jabba's palace on Tatooine, which is like by now it's basically like broken down. No one's really living there anymore aside from the I'm gonna have to see. I wrote the name down somewhere. So the weird spider creatures that we see in the palace.
The monks.
Yeah, exactly, the monks. They remained there, or at least one of them remained there, who was forcefully made into a monk basically by Jabba. And he was basically a maniac, like laughing that Jabba is dead now, and he got the last laugh. That's sort of funny, I guess. So I see like, okay, that there is fun stuff where I understand why people describe this as the fun book. Yeah, we get a bit of Tusken world building. Like, one of them lost his banter. Basically means he has to now go out into the desert alone and find another one because the banters are basically like the second half of them. I was like, oh, it's sort of cool. I actually
Culture.
like when culture. Yeah, he is not bad in establishing those, but it's everything else that's questionable, I guess. So yeah, so there was a storyteller in this book. I thought it might have referenced that this was the reference that they wrote Kenobi off of, but I think I heard that it was like from Tales of Jabba's Palace or something, that there is a moisture farmer wanted to create peace between farmers, the Jawas, and the Tusken. Sounded nice. Wonderful. Beautiful. You look like an angel, I have to say. Yeah, no, exactly. I like those little subtle world building things. And I mean, it's a connection. I haven't read the short story myself, so but yeah, if you read the short story, I think that's pretty nice. I liked we had a little quote about the Tusken, which is, their traditions are harsh, but this is the desert which made them what they are. It's like, yeah, it almost seemed like wanting to almost humanize the Tuskens, like, they are horrible, but it sort of makes sense for them to be, which I like. I think the Tusken, definitely in comparison to Children of the Jedi, got the better end of the stick here. So
The Tuskens make sense to be in this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unlike the other one.
Yeah, because they're actually on the planet. that is true. No, that is definitely true. Chapter 2. Okay, yeah, so basically Luke and Han, they have disguised themselves as Tusken, and Luke is basically constantly using the Force and trying to avert attention from them, because the Tusken, even though they are clothed like, they're clothed like ones, they would pretty quickly realize that they are not from their tribe and would attack them. And that's why Luke is basically constantly more or less putting a projection on them, like not making them look into his direction, which is nice. It made me wonder, like, why exactly are they even dressing up as Tusken if they wouldn't fall for it anyway? But then we got, okay, they don't want anyone at Tatooine to see them, possibly, so that really no one knows, like nobody from the rebellion, no spies, no Imperials know where they are and who they are. Which made me think about all of these scenes we had throughout like the Jedi Academy trilogy and also Children of the Jedi, where it constantly pointed out like that nobody would recognize who Han, Luke, and Leia were if they just walked around. Sometimes,
Ah,
sometimes because like humans look all alike to aliens, which is if you saw Osama bin Laden or I don't know Obama in front of you and you're not black or an Arab, I think you would still recognize that they are what they are.
yeah.
So, I mean, sure, but that's pretty weird. But no, here they made it make a bit more sense. Like, okay, no, we're gonna respect that. People are gonna look for us. We're the biggest deals basically in the NR, so we're gonna take care of that. I like that. Exactly. We get a bit of backstory on what Jabba's palace used to be. So the Bomar, that's what the monks are called, the Bomar, once took refuge in that place. At some point, criminals started to go there, and they were basically tolerated by the monks. They didn't really want to be hostile towards them, which at some point meant that more and more criminals took over until basically Jabba the Hutt just moved in, and the monks were allowed to live there. Like they weren't really, they weren't really concerned with them. Obviously, they are just peaceful dudes hanging around. But yep, they just were there. And then obviously after Jabba died, people started like trying to loot the place, and at some point even like the bravest of people didn't have the guts to go in there again. I was like, well, okay, that's sort of cool. We get a bit of about the palace, like what happened afterwards to it, and the monks basically retook the place now. The Tusken attack Luke and Han. They actually didn't. So what Luke basically did was at some point to leave the tribe while they rid away on their banthas, and he thought he made them like not look at him long enough so that he was safe, but he wasn't in the end, so they get attacked. And oh, exactly, we get the perspective of Mysore, so a rival of Jabba, who was put into a tank basically. So exactly, the Bomar monks, what their shtick is that they immortalize their bodies more or less by putting themselves into these weird conservatory tanks that are like attached to the spider creatures. If you've seen the movie, or like even if you've played the Lego games, you can actually ride on those creatures, which is sort of funny. But yeah, I actually never knew what these things were. And now you know it's the monks who basically live forever in these bodies. And Mysore was put into one of those as like, as punishment for going against Jabba. And he gives Luke and Han, because obviously he isn't really that happy about the existence of Hutts and what they are up to. So he tells Luke and Han about the rumors that they heard, and it's true, and it's supposed to be that the Hutts are searching for means to make a super weapon. And we had that one. Matt also mentioned that like Han is not another one, like about super weapons. Like, which is a thing. I mean, it's funny because it seems self-aware.
But he still wrote it as a super weapon.
Exactly. So it's like,
Just because Dark Empire.
yes, exactly. But then again, I mean, we now are also like, visually signalizing that we have gay representation on this stream. So that's actually somewhat good, I guess.
Oh,
It's Pride Month, everyone. Bear with Faber for as long as he'll be like that. No, exactly. Yeah, exactly what you said, Pico. It's good that you're self-aware and that you know that what you're doing is goofy sometimes. But if you repeatedly choose to always write it in, like it doesn't seem clever anymore, because like pointing out something stupid but still doing it is not clever. It just seems even more dumb. And I mean, I guess he just didn't care that much about it, but yeah, it's funny in isolation. But if you we have another super weapon in this book, so that's yeah, it's something.
Do we though?
Sort of. At least that's what the books the book wants us to believe for quite some time. I suppose that's where the variation comes in. It's that it's not quite what it seems to be, but yeah. I mean, the purpose is clear of it, so. Oh well, exactly. So, oh yeah, Jabba had ways to get secret information from Coruscant. I was like, what does this mean? I think we get a bit of that in later chapters. So, chapter 3. Oh yeah, something that I wanted to point out there. Thank God that Leia didn't accompany them on their mission. Leia,
Why?
because Leia is chief of state.
Yeah, exactly.
And, she was already in Children of the Jedi, and it really does not feel like it. And I appreciated how much seriousness Kevin put into like thinking about how would the chief of state of the New Republic be when he or she in this case goes out to normal people or to negotiations or whatever. And it's like, yeah, she probably wouldn't be running around criminal infested planets all on her own or like with two people. Yeah, that seems sort of fair. And it was good that Leia wasn't in here so far, and she's treated well in this book, relatively, I would say. Oh yeah, we have a sentence in chapter 3, which is Callista was the right one for Luke and Luke for her. That's really cringe, and it's not true. Please stop. But we're close to stopping. We're very close. So yeah, we have basically like it seems like an explanation of why Callista lost her force powers, which is that the fusion of spirit and body was impossible. And it does for me like convey the message that doing what Callista did is it's like unnatural, and it's not supposed to work because that's not that's not how it's supposed to be. And
She's a dark side user.
She is literally, and also with her motivations. But no, she literally is. And this. What is that?
I was looking at Wikipedia the other day, and I saw that there's this random High Republic character.
Yeah, okay. So.
Like Mi Ling Pingling, and I just really like that name.
That sounds so. It sounds wrong and also sort of racist, which almost makes it fun, but it's still not. Mealing oh god, no. We're not gonna talk about that. Yeah, exactly, no. And it did convey the feeling of not only is it unnatural, but dare I say, it is a villainous thing to take over the body of a suicidal, lost soul permanently and change her body into your own. Yeah, if we can do that as a baseline, that's fine. Oh, that's the.
I'm gonna keep it as this.
That's a nice one. I like that one.
Yeah.
The comic cover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, Luke is really concerned with Callista in this book. We're gonna get more about that, but it seemed, that there seemed to be a point of how important Luke is for the Praxium, which seems strangely forgotten now. It's like, oh no, I'm actually gonna run around and leave you guys there alone, to their initial detriment later in the book. We're gonna get to that, but yeah.
Nothing bad has ever happened on Yavin 4, though, so we're good.
That's true. And, I mean, there is no communication, but they don't need that, obviously. Thank you, Kevin. So, yeah, that's something. Oh, yeah, we have a little scene, like, basically Luke is feeling lost about everything, specifically Callista, and he tries to get Obi-Wan and Yoda to contact him again. And there's this pretty final comment on the nature of Yoda and Obi-Wan as Force ghosts, which is that neither of them helping him now means that he now is a proper Jedi Knight. Basically, because the help that he was getting before was always when he was not really finished yet, and he needed guidance, sort of. But it seems as though the book says that they have now served the purpose Luke is a Jedi Knight, and he can't rely on them anymore. He needs to figure out stuff on his really on his own now, without the help of anyone else. It was sort of a nice scene, I have to say. It's like, okay, it sort of finalizes really Obi-Wan and Yoda. Like, okay, now we're not gonna make like cameos throughout. We're done now. We're out of this. Yeah, I thought that was appropriate. Chapter 4. So we get introduced to the first set of villains, which is Durga the Hutt and General Sulama. And they are... So General Sulama is from the Imperial Remnant. He seems like a very competent general, apparently, who took took part in a like, what was it? Massacre of Mendicant or something was the name. We're gonna learn that this isn't all quite that true, but apparently for now he was an Imperial general who now cooperates with Durga. They captured, or Durga seems to have captured Bevel Lemelisk, so one of the Death Star engineers. And they are trying to mine minerals in the asteroid fields, like in the asteroid belt of Hoth. So they have Leviathan mining machines, and basically their shtick is to locate metal in the asteroids and to automatically farm for them. And instead, like we have some form of malfunction where instead of targeting the metal in the asteroids, the Leviathans are actually targeting each other and taking each other apart. And yeah, that was it, sort of. And this is what you would call like very glaring foreshadowing for this book, because you read this and it's not like, an enemy, I don't know, reprogrammed them or something. It's just, no, they're malfunctioning. Like they were stupid. And them being stupid is gonna be that's gonna be their central character arc, which is sort of disappointing, actually. Once again, like I don't think, if I think about it now, I don't think I like any of the villains in this book. Perhaps Pelion, I guess, but if we consider Dala, sort of Lemelisk, Durga, Sulama, all of them are really underwhelming. And this
Pellion's great in this book because he just kind of steps aside and lets everyone else fuck up.
Yeah, and then he takes over. So it's like, oh yeah, everyone is dead now or fired themselves, so now I can do finally. Yeah, that's sort of true, but yeah, the fact that Pelion is a secondary character to Dala in the beginning is... Yeah, okay, whatever, we're gonna get to that. Yeah. Well, that was it, yeah. Chapter 5. Exactly, yeah. Lemelisk was referring to a time when he was being executed by the Emperor for the first time. What we basically get to learn is that Lemelisk was once already killed when there was something wrong with the deaths. I think with the construction of the first Death Star. We're gonna
There was. Can I spoil?
Yeah, sure.
It was because of the destruction.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. You're correct.
And the bugs that killed him, by the way, they're on Yavin 4.
Mm-hmm.
So Luke built an academy on a planet where bugs eat people.
Yep.
He wants children to run around those forests and play with those bugs.
Because Luke is a good character.
Piranha beetles.
Yep.
Because Luke is a good character, and he is written in character, obviously, and everything that he does makes sense. And if you say something else, you are a Zahn shill. So, yeah, take that, loser. Yeah, no, that's... Oh, Luke, what did they do to you? You don't deserve this. But yeah, that was something that happened. And basically, the shtick of Lemelisk is that he was executed for the first time at that point.
For the first time.
Yeah, because every time, like, I think he was essence transferred into clones. That was basically the thing. And yeah, every time he fucked up, the Emperor found some new way, like new horrible way to kill him. and we're gonna get to the explicit ones because Jesus Christ, they're also quite explicit. But yeah, no, and they basically kept Lemelisk in eternal limbo with that, and he seems like sort of like traumatized by that almost. But yeah, it seemed like if you have quite a few very important people, like wouldn't you? I don't know, wouldn't you have like 30 Tarkin clones lying around and like a few Thrawn clones? Because like those seem like the kind of people you want to be immortal, basically. But no, apparently we only have that for Palps himself and also for Lemelisk, which, okay, guess we have to accept that.
And you can just
Yeah.
essence transfer someone else. That's a
Uh,
choice, I guess.
I get that essence transfer is a big part of quite a few stories and that it is set up, but
It's great.
It
Can you at
throws-
least admit that being able to essence transfer someone else is stupid?
Yes. But,
Okay.
apparently, it's something like he had him like cloned immediately. It's pretty stupid. Yeah. It's
Yeah. I mean, I'm generally not a big fan of the concept of essence transfer, I have to say. It just seems as though it poses so many questions and most of them are not going to be answered, and it seems that that's true so far, for me at least. And yeah, this is definitely part of it, like essence transferring someone else. Then again, not doing that with all of your really unique personalities that you would want to survive and live eternally, like Thrawn, like Tarkin, perhaps, or other important people. But yeah, it's something, I suppose. Oh yeah, that's all in this chapter. The Emperor therefore executed him with piranha bugs. Yeah, and he transferred his essence into clone. Oh, and Palpatine said apparently he stole that from a Jedi who didn't want to tell him the details of the technique. That's I'm not sure who he's referencing there. Like, I mean, it doesn't even fit for Plagueis if you want to tell that, and Plagueis did want to know. Like, but he stole that technique, like the essence transfer thing, from a Jedi. I don't know who he's referring to, but seems like perhaps a minor continuity error. Yeah. And oh yeah, and apparently he's not even sure whether the memory transfer worked. Like I have no idea. I think he tried. Well, I think he stole. Yeah, exactly. He stole that from a Jedi, like from his memories. I think was what he was trying to say there. Like it sounds more appropriate to me that Palpatine would just torture somebody to death, basically. But well, I guess that was that. Chapter 6. Okay, man. Chapter
Coruscant.
6. Coruscant. Okay. So we have another subplot line with Han and Leia. Han and Leia basically have a state dinner with Durga. And oh yeah, Leia is thinking about her time at Jabba's palace. And she remembers the time he forced her to wear a degrading costume and have her lay at his feet so he could lick her off with his massive rubber-like tongue. Kevin, get institutionalized, man. I was quite fine with just the knowledge from the movies. It was like, oh, it was just disgusting to her, but he did not actually lick her off. Like, why? Why do people do that? I have no idea sometimes what they have with their weird interspecies stuff. Like, that's something Noah told me that on his stream recently. That apparently, who was it? Walter John Williams didn't know that Winter was married to Tycho.
Oh yeah.
And that's why she. What does she do? She washes Akbar.
She washes Akbar and like takes care of him while he's sitting in a bathtub.
I almost don't want to read NJO because of this. You sick motherfucker. That, like, even if that was canon, that would be fucked up in all the wrong ways. Like, why? Just why? And this one, like, with his massive rubber-like tongue, really, did we need to know what the like?
That's from my favorite novel, by the way.
What
The
massive
bathtub thing.
rubber-like tongue?
Yeah. No, the bathtub
Destiny's
thing.
Way.
Yeah,
Destiny.
that's my favorite novel.
It's
Nice.
Demagog's favorite novel, so now I understand why, because he's French.
No, it's because of something else. You'll see.
Okay, I've heard good stuff about Destiny's Way, so sure. Yeah, Han, Leia, and 3PO, like, they have a bit of banter. It was fun. Like, the banter is usually okay, somewhat, but
They dumped their kids on 3PO in winter again, though. That's nice.
like if
Responsible parents.
like really, if you make like an intro book to Legacy of the Force, and you were trying to argue that the reason Jason fell was because his parents are just suck as parents, I was like, okay, you like have a point, sort of. He had a fucked up childhood.
Yeah, you want a spoiler about that?
No.
It's a it's for Legacy of the Force.
No, I'm gonna try to go into that one.
Save it.
No, but
Exactly.
We'll get
it's
there.
about that. Just let me say it, please.
Okay, dude.
That's one of his. Like he mentions it in passing. Like, oh, they never even cared about me. They always left me with Winter. Anyway.
Which is a point. Which is true. I was like, I sort of almost hope that they call Winter mommy or something, just because, like, yeah, you sort of have a fucked up family and you deserve a bit of punishment for that, Leia. Like, you're not making it better, but yeah, again, they leave them behind and they go out. Oh well. Exactly. So, we get a bit of Hutt backstory. That was also sort of nice. They used to be from a system called Varl, before moving basically to another planet, when Varl was like subject of a sun catastrophe. And basically, I mean, what we see, like, if you see Nal Hutta in, let's say, even Star Wars: The Old Republic, where you clearly can see, like, it's just the Hutt's thing to inhabit a planet, to squeeze it out of every resource that is available, making it like a disgusting, poisonous wasteland, and then at some point just leave again when they need to find a new planet. Yep. No, that seems fitting, and it's a nice little backstory. Oh yeah, okay. Now we get to the first really stupid thing, which pissed me off. So Durga has like about 100 pets, which are called Tauril. They're like little furry pets. They're apparently not dangerous, but they're extremely curious. And they just, they just run around and look everywhere, just want to find stuff. And they basically work they have like a swarm intelligence or something, like a swarm mind. That's their thing.
Kilix.
I remember those days, yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, that's their thing. And it was immediately clear that this was gonna be a setup for something horrible, because of course they're not kept in a cage, but Durga brings all of them with him and lets them run around in the room. And I was like, if you're the New Republic, are you like, if I go to the doctor's office, I'm not gonna be let in with my dog. Like, I don't have a dog, but if I had a dog, I wouldn't be let in with a dog. Like, really, you're gonna. I get that you don't want to piss off people, but surely, even if you're from the NR's perspective, and you're like, okay, yeah, we don't want to piss off Hutts, but he's gonna understand that we don't want 100 little furry beings running around our little room. And yeah, so of course, at some point, that's gonna be a fuck up. We're gonna come to that. We have a bit of stuff about Leia. So Leia apparently, she uses, or she at least wants to use her force sensitivity for diplomacy, which is basically like, sorting out the feelings that people have and kind of responding to them, and trying to make sure. Basically, that's the gist of it. Of course, this time it's useless because Gamorreans and Tauril are apparently barely sentient. Yeah, which seems which means makes sense, I guess. And the Hutts, as we know, are not vulnerable to Jedi mind tricks. One of the Taurel climbs up onto a guardist of a New Republic guard. He triggers the blaster of it and kills himself. And Durga is like, yeah, okay. And of course, then everyone just starts running around like they're in a panic. Durga orders the New Republic guards to catch them again. It's like, who are you to make these orders? Like, Leia doesn't say anything against that, so it's like, yeah, do that, I guess. Okay, that's sort of stupid, and Durga is like really pissed off. I mean, okay, I get it. Durga, was playing her part, but them accepting that, oh, he has a right to be pissed off when, clearly everybody could see like this thing was crawling up the blaster and killed itself with it. But nope, we have to pretend this didn't happen. And of course, two of the Taurel, I think, sneak away during the commotion. They go through like a ventilation shaft. And apparently right next or like very close to the negotiation room, wherever they are, there's basically like the most important database of the New Republic, which doesn't seem quite smart, to be honest.
It's
Like,
like
this
having Fort Knox next to the White House. What's it
Yeah.
called? The Oval Office.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, oh yeah, down the corridor to the left, there's Fort Knox. Like, the most important database of the New Republic with information also from the Empire. That seems like something you would like to, keep underground, probably, like very far away from any people. But no, there are assassin droids guarding, but they don't notice the Taro. Okay, which is something, I suppose. They steal some stupid information. We find out it's the construction plans of the Death Star that they stole. And then they leave. Durga invites them to come to Nal Hutta. Of course, he doesn't actually want them to come because he was just there for that. He doesn't actually want to cooperate. Oh yeah, this was also weird. Like, apparently they want to cooperate to make crime legal or something.
They want, like the Empire had with the Hutts, where they kind of like the Empire
yeah.
lets them run their little organized business to the side.
Yeah, because like, okay, black market, it sometimes serves a purpose for us. But yeah, that all of that sounded weird a bit. And yep, the entire negotiation, that was it basically. Nothing more happened now. They're just leaving. Chapter 7. Oh, there was a very nice sentence in this chapter. Callista sat alone in a jungle. If this was the last chapter or the last sentence ever written about Callista, man, would I be happy. Oh well, no. Tion is back, or Tony, obviously. She's now a very skilled teacher. She's I said she's essentially writing the ultimate chronology about the Jedi in universe, which is nice. Like, that's a good addition to what she should do. Seems appropriate for her, and I think like out of the first class, if we don't count Corrin, perhaps, I think Tion is probably my favorite of those. She seems like she had the most personality. Yeah, no, I like that. It's pretty appropriate. And Tion now is referencing Uli Keldroma as another person who had something similar happen to what happened to Callista. I like him being referenced. Ulik is a good character. But yeah, that's really it. Chapter 8 is like barely a chapter even. I have like, it's simply in the Praxium. Silgar is gonna go to Mon Calamari, and oh yeah, Kip wants to infiltrate like the warlords in the core worlds. And Dorsk 81, because like Com is close to the core worlds, Dorsk 81 will accompany him, and that's basically like the intro of their little. You can barely even call it a plot thread. It's just like a few chapters we get with them. But yeah, they find out something pretty significant, so this is now their kickstart. chapter 9. So, we get something nice just geography-wise, basically, is that in the core, there's basically it's never night in the core because there's so many stars. And like I translate as stellar occurrences or like stellar phenomenons that basically just keep happening, and that's why there's never night. Oh, that sounded sort of cool.
I assume Kevin meant I assume Kevin meant the deep core because the
Deep core, yeah.
Coruscant, because Coruscant is in the core.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it's my. Yeah, I think the German translation isn't quite. Yeah, I think deep core is Tiefkern, so it's basically the same. And yeah, Kernwelt and the core words. That's like, it sounds as though it should be in the middle, but yeah, it's like the surrounding part of the actual core words, basically the remaining Imperial stronghold with like, and with also with planets of like Tales of the Jedi, like Empress Tetra. That's also in Empress Tetra. That's also in the deep core, or Biss, obviously. Yeah, you leak my you leak my boards as blue. Nice. Yeah, classic blue pick. Yeah. Okay. We get introduced to another character we thought was dead, which is Darla. Darla is back.
Yay!
Yes.
Of course she is. Apparently Darla tried to unite the warlords now for months, which made me question the timeline a bit because Jaina and Jason are still like 3 years old in this book, which they were almost 3, I think, in Champions of the Force, and 3 already in Children of the Jedi. And it makes me wonder like where the months are coming from, but okay, whatever. Darla is with a guy called Harsk now. He's also like he's an ambassador, like as an ambassador trying to unify the warlords. She admits that she used to act like out of anger to fight a private war. She overlooked the mistakes in her plans, and she utilized outdated tactics, which was surprising. So like, oh, there seems to be some recognition that you're sort of dumb. At least some. But yeah. She's gonna do quite a few more stupid things. On equally stupid, perhaps, yeah. Keine Schleichwerbung here. Yeah, no, okay, obviously. There is an entire book about the chronology, that's true.
I will read that.
You will read that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at some point I will, but it seems appropriate to read that if you actually read everything that did happen. Yeah, so... Oh yeah, Harsk, we basically get to find out a bit who Harsk is. He barely... Like, he almost got killed by an explosion over Endor. He survived. He basically kept the burn scars that he took from it on his face as like, as a symbol of him being a war veteran. Harsk calls her incredibly naive because she wants to unite this, she wants to unite all of the warlords instead of just supporting the strongest one. And he said he understands why Tarkin sent her someplace she couldn't do any damage.
I laughed when the narrator said that.
That was so perfect.
Based.
Yeah, it's like,
not really, but yeah.
It is based. No.
That was pretty cool.
Darla's pretty stupid. She's.
It's refreshing though. We've never seen that before.
We've never seen.
Truly,
I've never seen a sexist warlord before.
That's true. No, but Darla. Like, I mean, I hate Callista quite a lot, but I think if I had to find like my least favorite EU character, I think it would be Darla, because Jesus Christ, I really hate Darla. Like, I can't stand any chapter with her. Like her build, like her character building is so fucked from the foundation for me. Like, every chapter that tries to do something, I'm like, no, I can't buy it. Sorry. But yeah. But apparently, yeah, this was something that surprised me. Also, I mean, it was funny that he referred to her like that. But then I wondered, like, does this mean that people? I mean, I assume she told people. I was like, I was surprised that it seemed to be common knowledge now that Darla was in something called a Maw installation, because basically if a woman comes up who like hasn't been who hasn't been on your radar for like over a decade now, and she tells you she's been in this super secret I don't know, a scientific facility inside of an apparently unbreachable, field of black holes. I think some people would be like, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess she stole data from the Moss, so maybe she has like some proof that it exists. But I was like, okay, I don't know. It seemed a bit off just for me. And yeah, apparently she's like a really respected admiral.
About Dala, I
Yeah.
feel like her backstory changes quite a lot from everything people say about her to what we
Yeah.
see in Death Star to what she says
Mhm.
herself. Um,
It's yeah, I agree. It seems as though her initial books weren't quite as fleshed out as they should have been if they want to introduce such a major player in the galactic events, and they are sort of like scrambling to make her work, and it doesn't really. But
because first novel she was like as a stowaway or whatever you want to call it. She was stowed away in the Monstellation, and now later in the novel, which we'll get to, but she talks about how she was not respected and she was the most gifted
Yeah.
admiral in the Imperial Academy, but nobody cared because I was a woman. I had a vagina, so no one gives a shit about me.
Imagine how sad the Thrawn trilogy would have been if like half the book Thrawn just complains about, oh, nobody liked me, I'm an alien. It's like,
Yeah.
people
The
didn't like
point
me.
is that no one liked him, and he's an alien, and he still got there.
Yeah. He's like
what
not
makes him
whining
cool.
about it. He's just, oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. Whatever, fuck you. I'm better than all of you, and I know it. And I'm gonna.
And he
outrank
didn't
all
start
of you."
hiring aliens just because he was an alien.
Yeah. It means like, oh, we need 50% CHIS representation in my fleet because otherwise, what's the point?
Otherwise, I'll
get
cry.
we're gonna get to that. Yeah. So, we get a surprise attack by Pterodok. The Shockwave, which is like a ship of Harsk, where Kratos, so the officer, the commanding officer of Dala, was on. He gets killed there. There's like a weird scene where he talks to her like on the comm for everyone to hear, and it's like, oh my god, it's so awesome. Like, I've forgotten what it's like to steer a ship that actually, is controllable or something. Because obviously the Gorgo, which survived, I don't even know what's happened to it. It's just it was.
I thought that was the one that was destroyed by Harsk.
No, the one that was destroyed by Harsk. Oh, I don't. It might be. I might have forgotten what happened to the Gorgo, but basically, yeah, the one that the only Star Destroyer that was left at the end of Champions of the Force. Yeah, he's like, oh my god, I can actually control this ship. How awesome! And Dara's like, shut up, you idiot! I'm gonna punish you. But no, Kratos is dead. So yep, and now Harsk wants to basically have a revenge attack because Pterodok immediately escapes again, and Dala is like forced to, she's taken hostage basically, and she's forced to control the ship, or like even control the attack for him. Okay, whatever. That's that. So, what's chapter 9? Right. So chapter 10, yeah. Harsk basically, so we immediately get the next chapter with them. Harsk wants to do like a very quick frontal attack, which is pretty obvious to be very stupid and very, it seems as though he didn't put a lot of thought into this. Where Dala instead wants to like, she takes direct command over the whirlwind, so that's her ship now. No, the Firestorm is her ship. I'm sorry, and she disables the whirlwind, so that's Harsk's ship. With it, yeah, exactly. She isn't getting attacked, so she's basically obviously she took control over the iron cannons herself. She disabled the other ship. The crew members aren't attacking her, obviously not. She's just standing there, sort of. And she does something which also sounds pretty stupid. She gets very close. So she disabled the shields, obviously. She gets very close to the whirlwind. She extends the shields around her ship so far that it protects both the ships. It's like a bubble basically around both ships. That didn't seem like shields used to work.
No, I always imagine it as like a very thin shell that encompassed.
Exactly.
Like basically stuck to the skin of the ship. You
Yeah.
can't really. Oh, and about this battle, by the way, there's no way Pterodok is losing it. He has 70 Victory class Star Destroyers, which are 500 to 600 meters long.
Why are we in this battle in the first place? It never actually answered that.
It's just warlords fighting.
Yeah,
One
but
of
I'm
the-
sorry.
but
How
why?
many Star Destroyers does Harsk have again? He has like 13 or something.
I think so, yeah.
There's no chance 13 Star Destroyers are lasting a second against 17 or 70.
They should have been like immediately wiped out. And that even begs the question of why Pterodok is doing like a hit and run in the first place. Like you can wipe him out.
You have this biggest fleet I've ever. Like, it's
Yeah.
humongous in comparison.
Like, what's the point of just attacking people and letting them recover? Like, you know where they are. Everyone is there. You can just kill them. But he doesn't. Because the rest of the plot needs to happen, obviously. But
Kevin probably thought the victory classes were smaller.
I suppose so. But yeah, those are some pretty big chunguses. And it's 70 of them, yeah. Yeah, no, that's not good. And the same thing with the shield stuff. I even talked, we tried to find, like, I think Dylan sent a few of his like source book descriptions of how the shields work, and yeah, it's basically like at best it's like a few centimeters of the actual shell of the ship, which sounds like you would imagine. Either it's directly on it or it's maybe just a few centimeters above. But no, apparently like this is a thing, and it's like this sounds pretty useful. Like you can do a lot with this, and yes, so she basically threatens Harsk to cease the attack, and she also speaks on an open channel like to Pterodok that she doesn't want the stupid fight. Like it's ridiculous, it's embarrassing for the Empire, and what she does is basically she keeps the whirlwind trapped in the shield, and she's initiating the self-destruction of the firestorm, because this is a viable way of fighting, I suppose. Like I was immediately like, this sounds like a very useful tactic. You should probably just build like big ships that are full of bombs, and just do exactly that every time. Like the Executor would have probably been like a joke to it. Like you can rip apart a Super Star Destroyer probably like right in the middle with that tactic. Oh well. Yeah, Pelion is back. That's cool. So Pelion gets introduced. He's like the Vice Admiral of Pterodok. So he's on the other side of the battle. Pelion is comparing Darla to Thrawn. That's painful. Please stop it, Kevin.
Even for me.
You can't legitimize your OCs with just comparing them or just saying like, oh my god, they're so awesome. You need to do a bit more groundwork. Like all we have from Darla is that she's functionally retarded. And you want to compare her to Thrawn? I'm sorry. No, that doesn't work that way. I refuse. He even wondered about her art preferences. That's the line that was in the book. Yeah, okay. He wants to go, obviously that's the thing, he wants to go against the orders of Pterodok. He wants to talk to Darla and listen what she has to say. And no one is intercepting him as well. This chapter already started something that we're going to see in the next ones as well, which is that apparently every single warlord is stupid.
Except for Darla.
Except for Darla, yeah. Which is underwhelming.
How'd they get to power?
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, if you're just an idiot, at some point you'll be replaced. Like, but they are not. People are still following them around. Like,
There's always a bigger fish. There's always, if you're an idiot, you're gonna get toppled down.
yes,
That's often
exactly.
how hierarchies work.
And, you're not really making a good case of why I have to why I have to, like Darla as a villain now because everyone else is stupid. Like, I would like to think that all of these people, even when they make like stupid, edgy names, that all of them went through quite a career in the Empire and at least are like minimally competent. Like there's some base competence in their craft.
To be fair, I think they have to be this stupid, or they would have beaten the New Republic already.
Probably.
Who's also this stupid.
That's actually correct. Yeah. So I guess you can almost say it's. But then again, the people who write the New Republic this horribly are also the one who write the Warlords.
Yeah.
So it's a self-made problem, and you found like you fixed it by making all of them dumb because minus and minus is plus again, I guess. Yeah, not really satisfying. Chapter 11. Oh, yeah. Chapter 11. Mara Jade is back as a character.
Yeah.
Yay! I was very nervous, but it turned out well.
There's no hashtag Lorando here.
No fucking Lorando, because we're not Kevin. Oh no, we are Kevin, but Kevin is literally controlled by somebody. Grand Admiral Josef Grunger. It sounds so much like an actual Nazi. Josef Grunger. That could actually be like a high-ranking Nazi officer. It sounds funny. But no, that's an actually cool name, I have to say. Yeah, a little pet peeve, and this might just be... Oh. Hello.
Here
it's
I
Barbara
am,
herself.
because I've heard you're talking about the Darksaber chapter with Mara Jade in it.
Indeed. We are here. How are you doing, Barbara Callista Hambley? What a picture.
This is the alternate timeline. This is what we could have gotten. Oh wait. This is what we could have gotten.
Oh no, I'm scared to see what's gonna happen.
Callista Sky. Oh god.
This was the end game.
Callista Ming Sky. I mean, I guess she would have been called Callista Ming Skywalker. Which sucked.
No, she already stole the Ming name. She would have just taken the
Yeah.
Skywalker name.
Cray Mingler and Callista Ming. That's very sus.
Her original. Do you know what her real name was before that?
I think some of you guys typed it, but I've forgotten.
Callista Masana was her original name.
Sounds
the fact
a bit
that-
better. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that she calls herself Ming out of a respect for Cray Mingler is only ever talked about in the fucking Murder and Slush Time short story,
Oh,
which you have yet to read, right?
What the
yes.
fuck is this slush time?
It's the
It's-
fucking season for Gamorreans. That's not a joke.
Gamorrean season.
I just think of
No,
slushies.
Gamorrean fucking season.
I know you think of slushies when you hear Slush Time. But
Yes, I do.
Like I'm just getting thirsty when I think about that.
oh yeah, obviously you get thirsty when you think about the Gamorrean Slush Time.
I mean, I've been browbeaten with how their tits look, so I might as well just remember that, like at this point.
But let's.
yeah,
How deep are you into the great Mara Jade chapter?
Just
The
started.
best chapter.
just started.
Alright.
Yeah, so we just started with chapter 11. Oh yeah, I wrote about that. Like Callista feels really sidelined so far. She isn't quite as sidelined later, but this was satisfying. Yeah, okay, so Mara Jade was back. I was pretty nervous for the beginning, but it turned out well. A little pet peeve that I had, and that might just be a German translation, but Luke and Mara are addressing each other formally. So they're like,
I think that's translation, definitely.
yeah, because both of the words would be translated as you in English, like, second person singular and second person plural. I guess that's why they address each other formally. That's always a bit weird, but it's okay, whatever. Mistranslation.
Wait until fucking Legacy of the Force Invincible when suddenly Jaina calls Boba Fett "do."
Like, hey, my bro, do.
Yeah, it's really fucking bizarre.
No, that seems appropriate, like for a Z. Like, he's an adult. Like,
Oh,
not an
about
adult. He's
Invincible
And
and
her
Boba Fett.
teacher and stuff. Yeah.
Boba gets shot down by 2 stormtroopers in Invincible.
And he survives and he fucks Darla, so that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah. No, but Mara Jade and Luke were getting interactions. They were really fun. Oh yeah, like Luke grabs her hand. She like quickly pulls it away and then looks away. I was like, "Aw, Kevin, you came around. You're sort of coming around."
He was forced to come around.
Yeah, like kicking and screaming, but
I don't
somewhat.
want to do this. Wait
Please.
until you read all of the Bantam era. Like you read Hand of Thrawn and how Luke and Mara
Oh.
get together, and then you read Kevin's Young Jedi Knights books, because I think book 2, he parodies the scene.
Oh, okay.
I think he makes fun of it, so I think he was still salty after all this time.
I can imagine he was like, oh yeah, he was pretty salty, but yeah, exactly. So yeah, Mara tells him just about a bit of suspicious behavior of the Hutts. So that's obvious foreshadowing. Again, we know what the Hutts are up to by now. Or I think we haven't heard yet that they stole the Death Star plans, but we heard on Tatooine already. So yeah,
I liked how this chapter, Mara's entire like character being in there is pretty much pointless.
yeah, it's true. It's like she has no point being in this book, but it's really cool.
But we
He
have
has to meet
insert the
Callista
scene.
again. Okay.
Yeah.
We have to insert the scene. We have to set up the romance. This scene and I Jedi already like retconned it. If you're reading chronologically, that she was already
is.
into Luke.
I mean, yeah, and she says that there's nothing between her and Lando. So it's like
Huh.
by this time it's finished. Like, sorry, no argument again.
Again,
Yeah.
chronologically, it's already okay if you read this way.
Yeah, that's true. Oh god, that's why I'm like,
Yeah, it would have
Imagine-
been worse reading it in publication order, with all the books
publication.
out of order, and it's just like a nightmare.
yeah,
And then the
just-
retcon comes at the very end. Like,
and
I hear Mara's
especially-
kind of weird in Corellian trilogy, but that's coming out at the same time as this book, so I guess that's probably why.
she's a bit more colder, and Han and Leia don't really trust her. They think she may be going for some villainous stuff again, but it's fine. And her interaction with Luke is very, it's fine.
that's
They only interact once, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, that's good, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's true. Mara's pretty pointless in this, but it's real good fun. And I'm just gonna quote directly, basically the dialogue, because all of that was pretty much perfect. So yeah, Mara says, the other reason why I came here personally, Mara said uneasily, is the fact that I sometimes, for some unknown reason, am actually looking forward to seeing you, Skywalker. Not often, but there are such moments. And this was one of them. It was. I should go before the magic stops. And yeah, then she stays over for dinner. She's being convinced far more easily than Luke thought she would be. Nice. And yeah, like
and
I
then
said,
she
it was.
meets Callista again for the
And
second.
then she again meets Callista and grills her. That's sort of fun. But yeah, no, it was pretty criminal that that they didn't even have like one mission together. That they did, I don't know, one little thing.
You would expect a scene like this in almost every Bantam novel.
Yep.
You know, building an actual like relationship up.
Nope. I mean, the Last Command didn't set up any interactions between them in the future, so
Oh, definitely
Obviously.
not.
obviously
They
this is all
basically
the-
hated each other at the end, right? So
Yeah. Give it.
Yeah.
I mean, this was Kevin didn't want to write Mara Jade because it would be disrespectful to Zahn to write him, so he wrote her anyway, and whatever, yeah.
I can
exactly.
already tell you're gonna enjoy Hand of Thrawn.
I know.
At least that story.
I know. You could somewhat call it salty. Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps that would be
yeah,
fair.
but it's actually good as well. That's what makes it great.
That's good. That's good to know. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That-
By the way, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no. Continue.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, I was so satisfied with knowing that Callista. I said it like 1,000 times, but it never gets out. Like Callista's coping and seething alone in the temple, like she's eating or like she's doing something. I don't know, crying, being Callista, I guess. And Luke and Mara are just cruising along with the ship, pretty much for no reason. But it's like, oh yeah, let's fly around a bit, I guess, and flirt. And while your weird girlfriend is there sitting. Yep, that was fun. I like that. Could have had more of it, but oh well. I'm gonna take
More
what I
depressed Callista is good Callista.
get. Always.
Oh yeah. Wait till Fate of the Jedi when she returns. Oh god.
Oh,
And then
I
we finally get
started Fate of the Jedi today, by the way.
Oh no!
Nice.
Why?
Because I finished Millennium Falcon.
Okay.
and he wants finally to get the confirmation whether you edited allies. I put out I put out the receipts and here
I already sent him the audiobook of it, so
Yeah, I'm sorry for doubting
he's
you,
coped.
Noah.
He's coped.
it's just cope. It's Fabe.
But I was actually thinking, this is insane talk right now because I said I'm done with Star Wars. But again, it's a drug addiction. I was thinking about Allegiance and Choices of One.
Okay.
And I almost want to reread them.
Allegiance.
I'm hearing so much stuff about it. I want to know what happened, but it's gonna be a long time before I read those. But yeah,
Those books are so fucking frustrating. I mean, they should have had Mara Jade as like the sole main character, and then the Stormtrooper renegades as like her posse. But throwing Luke, Han, and Leia in there is so terrible. And that's why I'm wondering because you're a Luke Mara shipper, obviously, if you're gonna enjoy it, because Choices of One has like it's like a fangirl moment where Luke and Mara almost interact, but they don't because that would fuck the timeline. I mean, so Zahn comes up with like a convoluted reason. Oh, he couldn't see her, but they talk to each other, kind of.
I mean, don't they sort of do that in her Tales of Jabba's Palace short story as well? Like, isn't she in?
Oh no, she's not in the throne room at all. I think she missed.
Oh, okay, but she was in the palace, right?
She was in the palace. I'm okay with Mara knowing what Luke looks like or seeing him from a distance or something.
Yeah,
but there's the moment when they are almost fighting together in a scene, but Luke is like way high up and he can't really tell. Like Mara Jade is there, but he hears about an Imperial agent, and I'm wondering if I'm just now wondering if Zahn used the term "Hand of the Emperor" because that would contradict his Thrawn trilogy. If Luke already know what it is.
Yeah, no, obviously. I mean, if it's just a bit cheesy and it's like, oh, they almost meet, but they don't quite. Like, yeah, okay.
It's a romantic foreshadowing. He does the same. The funny thing is, he does the same for Thrawn and Pelion. They have to talk about, like via phone.
Yeah, they talk through phone call.
That's something, I guess.
That's also very romantic and foreshadowing.
I mean, you should find somebody who loves you as much as Pelion loves Thrawn, obviously. Callista's eating in the Jedi Temple. Mara sits down with her, and we have this little interaction as well. Like, so her eyes flash. You're Skywalker's new girlfriend. Okay. So she did.
You will know that.
She was introduced as Luke's girlfriend.
Can you pull out Children of the Jedi at the end when Luke is like, Han, Leia, Mara, this is Callista, and then everybody clapped.
Wow, you're so much better than me.
Look at those long legs and your pure blue Aryan eyes.
Thank God it's not a redhead.
No, but okay. I guess it's just a factual statement. So you're Luke's new girlfriend. Yeah, like new doesn't sound quite right. It's been a while, but okay, you're Luke's girlfriend. I guess.
What was his previous girlfriend who died? Probably was it Mary?
Jem.
Oh, Jem. Jem was the most recent.
I guess.
Yeah, probably.
When would Luke have told Mara?
Oh wait,
about
he made
Jem?
out with Alex Winger in the one short story.
But when
Ladies Man Skywalker.
When would have Luke talked to Mara Jade about Jem? Like even about Dark Empire in general, but specifically Jem.
I mean, I wish we would have gotten a short story of them just talking about the
event. It would have had to have been in the Jedi Academy trilogy, right? That's the only other time it could be.
But they didn't. Like, I Jedi retconned them as to having spent a lot of time during that because we didn't have that in the Academy. We had it for 3 chapters in the Academy. So.
But she did hang out at the Academy with Luke, so maybe during that week or so she was at the Academy. Just
Hey, you know that I banged a girl that didn't understand me. Yeah, that was
couldn't speak my language.
That was cool.
And then she died. It was really sad.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of Dark Jedi. Why didn't you tell me Palpatine had those? That would have been helpful.
Yeah, that seems like something we should have known. But oh well.
This is us loving Dark Empire, by the way.
I'm sure. Yeah.
I'm loving Dark Empire. Yeah, but it's like Luke asking her why didn't you get involved at all? That's.
I mean, you guys agree with us on Dark Empire 2 and Empire's End, right? So,
mostly, yeah. Veach had the opportunity to bring in Mara for Dark Empire 2. He couldn't with 1 because the artwork was already finished. Mm-hmm. But I mean, he brought in the Solo children. into and
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they mentioned the kids and Thrawn, right?
One I can excuse, but the story, I mean, I don't like that, but it's perfect for Mara Jade to exist in there, and like the Emperor is
The
reborn,
sequel.
Luke's evil, like this should be quite something. It's
Uh,
right, it's perfect for character
yeah.
interaction at least, but
Yeah. But even if we say like, okay, that couldn't have happened in the first one, obviously because of just when it was made and they couldn't change anything. In the
yeah.
second one, they had the opportunity to do it, or
Yeah,
at least
no, that's
like,
yeah.
or not. If not for Veach's vision, if he didn't want to touch her character, later material. Instead, we got Mysteries of the Sith. She was busy training with Kal
Yeah.
Katarn and saving his ass.
Like a short story would have been enough. Like,
Oh,
not
I mean,
even
we
enough.
got the Coruscant evacuation short story, but that obviously wasn't Mara.
No, that was an imposter or a clone or something probably. Yeah.
Mhm.
Kevin told me that this was the way it was, so don't worry. I'm telling the truth. Yeah. Oh yeah, Callista. Yeah, there's also a line. Callista wishes to know what she thought, because she doesn't know what to think of this conversation. I like Callista being uncomfortable. She deserves it. Yeah, Callista says she heard of Luke and Mara's prior relationship. I like this was what it said. I'm not sure if it's just referencing like their interaction, or like I don't know her last comment by the Emperor or
In
something.
English,
perhaps.
she says, I wrote down the exact line. It's, yes,
Yep.
I am, and you must be Mara Jade. I've heard about you. I've also heard hints that you might have been interested in Luke yourself at one time.
Oh, okay. Because I think in German it said like specifically her previous relation to Luke, like not romantic, but just relation in general. But yeah, no. Oh yeah, and I heard exactly, and I heard you were once interested in Luke yourself. Mara plays it off, referring to her orders, but Callista can tell she doesn't quite tell the whole truth. Yay, I like that. Oh yeah, aren't you having an affair with Lando? Carissian, you're joking. She even gets red. We are business partners. He was interested in trying to play me instead of winning me, which is fine by me. Greet Skywalker from me. I was only here to bring him a message, and Callista wonders what that message might have been.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. The best chapter of the book, I would say. Like everything is perfect, basically.
And it's so on the nose. You can tell Kevin was told to write exactly this.
This really sounds like the entire book was written, and like at the last second he was given the order like write that in now, and he just interjected it at some point. Like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it. Yeah,
Lando's about to get
it
married in
would've
the
made
next book, so
It would have made more sense if like that factored into Callista's character and her decision to leave Luke at the end.
Oh, I would have liked that. I mean,
You want to fuck around with that redhead anyway. She's not even pure like me.
I like how in the Discord, Papa Wedge and stuff, they came up with the fan theory that Luke and Mara were already banging.
Yeah.
They were already having an affair. That's
like, yeah, that's what I wrote. Like, no, Mara, yeah, exactly. Like the other Josh said, like, oh yeah, that's why Mara left the academy because of excessive banging or something. And I was like, no, Mara, we can't bang on Callista's bed while she's sleeping in there. Like, that's sort of rude. But I would have liked it. It's disrespectful, and the character deserves no respect. So
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad how instead it just shows like the romance plot. It shows Luke is like an airhead who doesn't understand anything.
Luke is like the weird anime protagonist that is like the total goofball, and
Oh,
there
yeah.
actually shouldn't
He's
be
a fucking
reason
idiot with
why
everything.
everyone is in love.
but somehow keeps
That
fucking up
scene,
in the right way.
I remember just the scene where she is like, it's not even subtle. Like she's hardcore flirting with him in that.
Yeah.
You know, when they are on this weird ride with the fucking. What is it?
Yeah,
When
with
they're
like
flying
some
around.
strip, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, they're flying around, and she's so obvious, and he's just smiling and happy to see her, and he doesn't understand fucking anything.
He's so stupid. It's sort of... Yeah. The Luke problem, everyone. The actual one.
He's so powerful.
But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and we go on with chapter 12. Yeah, Luke will focus on Callista now. Yeah, they have a little side plot going on. We're gonna get into that. A little quote. Han once used to call her the blonde with the legs, and he had nothing to say against that. You sickos, this was Cray. Cray was the blonde with the... This is the corpse of Cray. You are aware.
Doesn't matter. It's now her body. She owns it. She gave it. Cray gave it up on her own free will. So
She
everything.
changed her eye color, so it's okay.
It's okay.
And hair color.
And sort of hair color. She still has blonde hair in this, but it's like, I guess the ansatz, right?
It's like bleaching out.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose, because she's still
That's why she can't be with Luke. Remember? She's no.
exactly.
Aryan.
She's losing her Aryan race. That's sort of. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, she now inhabits another body, a beautiful body.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a quote.
Kevin.
He learned to appreciate her in his dreams.
What?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
I mean, that did happen in Children of the Jedi.
he,
Remember the
he had
masturbation
sex with
scene?
her in his dreams. Yeah,
I don't remember hearing he liked to appreciate.
he
Oh.
had sex. The first time they had sex, it was in his mind.
I'm never
Because
gonna read Children of the Jedi, but
Yeah,
good to
You don't
know.
need to.
don't ever do it. It's pointless. It's stupid. It's everything Matt Wilkins says about fucking Planet of Twilight, but he
I
just
can
doesn't apply.
see Matt's left. I can hear Matt's laughter.
I can as well. Yeah. Yeah, apparently, yeah, that's something that the Force is clearly something hereditary here. And I mean, whatever. Like, it's just a little thing. That's how it used to work. Exactly. And now R2D2 and 3PO, they find like some fur just lying around randomly. That's how they find out about the Taural and that they stole something. So now Han and Leia are gonna have their little subplot where they go to Nal Hutta. I guess it's pretty embarrassing that you're like a protocol and an S-rank droid are the ones who find out, oh, there's fur lying around here, and it probably shouldn't be here.
I'm sorry. I have to make this in German. Wieso liegt hier Stroh?
Oh no. No.
I'm curious.
It's a meme. Doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
We can tell you
Mhm.
later. It doesn't need to be on stream.
Okay.
Private chat. Private chat.
Oh yeah, no, if you want to, you can type the
I have to explain a fucking joke.
Yeah.
in the private.
He's...
Yeah, exactly. So apparently, yeah, okay. So Lemelisk, I think he was in the Maw. I don't know if he was mentioned in the Jedi Academy trilogy. He might have been, and I just forgot. But yeah, apparently at some point he got away there, and I really wonder when and how. But yep, he wasn't in them. Okay,
I think he was just deployed from the beginning.
perhaps.
Yeah, I think he was just mentioned, like name dropped, and
Yeah, but apparently,
In
like at
Jedi
some point, he
Academy.
just left. Yeah, but yeah, I think he might have been mentioned. Yeah, you're right. Lemelisk and Tarkin are just presenting the plans of the Death Star to the Emperor. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's obviously a retcon. We know that the plan comes from the Gamorreans, not the Gamorreans, fucking the Geonosians.
Actually, about that, there was a retcon done about that, in I think Death Star. So the super laser was designed by the Gamorrean or the Geonosians, while the structure and the power core basically was designed by Lemelisk himself.
Okay, and that works fine. I am gonna accept that. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, at this point, the Death Star crew was supposed to be 1 million, like an army of 1 million. I think it's like I think on the Wook I find like 1.7 million as a number. I'm not sure if it just perhaps it was just more at that point. I thought it was funny, like the Supremacy, the Disney canon ship. It has a crew of 2 million people.
What?
Which I just thought was a nice little comparison, and you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah. So,
That's just weird.
Yeah, but you are as well, so you should understand. Chapter 14, yeah, we get a bit of Akbar, because as we know, Akbar was a slave of Tarkin, and he was also on the Death Star. The Death Star construction site basically circles a planet called Despair, which was sort of funny.
Yeah, I think that's from West End Games, but yeah, that's the thing.
That might be okay. Yeah, so basically, Despair is like a penal colony of the Empire, and they basically round up a bunch of people there who. It's not even that they take them by force; they are actually volunteering, because Despair is such a well, I mean, that name kind of gives it away. It's such a horrible planet, like filled with predators, and it's like very like it's a jungle planet, and they just want to get away, and so they're taking everything, even if it's like slave labor on the Death Star. So that's what they're gonna do. Yep. And oh yeah, the Darksaber now. So now we now get the explanation of how the Darksaber looks, or how it's supposed to look. Apparently the shape of the laser is basically made like a lightsaber, and that's where the name comes from. So Darksaber instead of lightsaber.
That's a great big brain moment.
It's like that's like a proper Bantam Imperial.
I remember, wasn't it like fucking Durga and Lemelisk talking about it? And Durga is like, well, this weapon stripped down to like the stuff you need. It looks kind of looks like the hilt of a lightsaber. And Lemelisk is like, yes, exactly. And that's why we're gonna call this one the Darksaber.
But what about it? It's so dark.
Darkity dark. It's dark and edgy and dark.
It kind of looks like the galaxy gun that the Emperor used.
This
one is the universe gun.
The universe gun.
It can destroy entire galaxies with one shot.
The Milky Way gun. Why not make it?
Yeah, because Star Wars takes place there.
Yeah, that sounds like a perfect video for him. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So basically, yeah, as you said already, the Death Star is basically stripped of all unnecessary stuff, because the Hutts essentially just want the laser, so they are not
cheap.
Like. It's like, which is also like, I'm gonna mention this now. The Durga being so cheap that he basically buys like crap, and that's sort of a reason why he fails in the end. I don't know. I mean, I guess the obviously the Hutts like money, but I never thought they were cheap. Like, they are gonna spend quite a bit of money. Like, it seems weird that he's now gonna like.
If you're
money.
making a super weapon,
You might as well, yeah.
I don't think you'd cheap out on that, right?
Especially
Except when you're a Hutt.
Yeah,
Of course.
because I mean the Hutts know how much nice stuff you can get with money, so that seemed just weird to me.
But isn't it funny that, you know, the Darksaber is a piece of trash? It's like meta commentary because the super weapon doesn't work and is irrelevant to the story.
You had your little Matt Wilkins
I
moment.
like
I like that.
I get that.
I get that.
I do get that. Yeah.
I
yeah.
do get, but really, I remember. Okay, please tell me, since you read it more recently, isn't the entire Darksaber plot basically a B or C plot?
Feels like
I
it.
don't think there is an A plot in this book, so yeah.
I guess the most thing you could like, the most important thing you could sort of, I mean, until the end where it's revealed what the shtick of the Darksaber is that it isn't working.
That it can self-destruct.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess up until this point you're supposed to believe it is the A plot, more or less. And I guess the other one would be the Dala plotline.
There's effectively 4 plots going along, 2 of which combine
Kevin.
into one, which is the Kip and Dorsk one, and the Dala one. But
Yeah.
because the Luke and Callista part does nothing, the Darksaber
Exactly.
is completely separate, and then the other.
And it ultimately
the other
also doesn't lead to a lot. But yep, that's just.
At what point? Because I'm gonna leave now, I have to read some good books. At what point can we talk about the Darksaber now being always confused and ignore and like confused with the weapon from the TCW?
Yeah, whenever I look up the Darksaber on Google. And
Oh
I
yeah,
want,
that's so annoying.
I want to look up like the cover of the book, I always get the TCW sword. And
Yes.
I mean, I guess both of them now are destroyed, so I'm fine with that. I don't
Is the
need
Darksaber destroyed?
Yeah, they destroyed the Mandalorian.
Did they ever
Mandalorian
explain why it is dark?
No.
Not yet.
I don't think so.
I'm sure Filoni, in his infinite wisdom, will do it at some point.
Probably
Okay.
because Window made it or something.
Ahsoka
Wasn't it-
traveled back in time and did it.
Yeah.
Wasn't it the explanation why that fucking thing even exists? Is because Dave wanted the Mandalorian guy to fight Obi-Wan, but then it was like, oh no, you can't have like a non-Force user. Like lightsabers need to fight lightsabers. You can't use like a vibroblade or swords or anything.
I mean, Prey Vizsla did fight against Darth Maul in TCW, so that was thrown out anyway at some point.
And then he got murdered.
And
No,
then
I
you got-
think it was because he originally was gonna fight Obi-Wan with like a vibroblade or something else.
Yeah,
But
that
then
was the
someone
plan.
like, and then someone was like, "No, you gotta use lightsaber versus lightsaber."
It wasn't someone. It was George. George
Yeah,
said
that sounds like a George
swords shouldn't be allowed to, or like you shouldn't be able to block a lightsaber with a normal sword.
I mean, it's not like it's specifically. I mean, the commando droids have those as well. Like, it looks exactly the same, I think. And Mando, they made this stupid thing about the Darksaber gets
Wait,
always
the
more.
fucking Magna Guards in Revenge of the Sith, don't they get block lightsaber attacks?
They
with
do.
staffs?
They do.
Yeah.
George!
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, and they also made this stupid thing in Mando where like the Darksaber gets progressively heavier the more you swing it around.
No. So it's if the wielder needs to like be motivated to wield it, and if you're not motivated, it's heavy.
So it's like
Oh.
Excalibur or something?
I don't know,
Basically,
perhaps.
Do they pull it out of a stone?
yeah, you need to be worthy. Basically,
need to be a
wield
woman.
it. Basically, yeah, as well.
Only
Only Ahsoka, Sabine, and Bo-Katan can wield it so far. All Mandalorian women.
And Maul. And Maul.
Mandalorian seems so stupid in every timeline. I really whatever.
They're only cool in non-Travis stuff in the U.
They were cool in the Old Republic, I guess.
No, they
Yeah.
weren't. They weren't. Trust me, they were not.
Of course they weren't. Of course, Pico doesn't like the Mandalorians
They were
in the Old
fine in
Republic.
Tales of the Jedi.
Yeah,
But not
Yes.
SWTOR. Trust.
of course
Okay.
not. Swole.
I like them in
Nothing's
the
gonna
comics
SWTOR.
well enough, but
No. Oh well, yeah. But that's that. I'm fine with there never being a Darksaber ever again in Star Wars. So
but I mean, at least we can differentiate by the German title, Darksaber, the Death Star.
that's how you find out. Yeah. I mean, it's
That
good
is
to
still-
specify.
Yeah, but that's still so fucking weird. Like, why? Like,
Shadow
it's like
games
they
in the
wanted to
shadow.
give. Yeah, it's like they wanted to give it a German title, but they couldn't think of a translation for Darksaber.
Yeah.
Or they thought like, well, they could translate it literally, but that would
But-
sound retarded.
That would sort of sound stupid, yeah. Like Dunkelschwert. Yeah.
Dunkelschwert, the Star Wars
Uh,
story.
Yeah, no, I don't get it why they do that sometimes. We talked about it. It's like, okay, I guess it's still a somewhat accurate title because it's literally supposed to be a Death Star copy, but German translation sometimes. Yep.
A better title would have been Darksaber Discount Death Star.
Yeah, like make a little percentage there, like it's actually in a grocery store. You know, you're getting you're getting a
Few
discount.
percent off. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. So, what are you gonna be reading? In His
Oh, I'm-
Majesty's Secret Service.
No, oh god, no! I stopped that shit. I may do a review of the part I've read, but
Really? You
You
stopped?
need to. You need
I
to
stopped. I
review
couldn't
it.
take it anymore.
You need to
Wow.
review it on Amazon. Like
I
and
got up
with-
until like 60, 70 pages in, until I got to the page where it legitimately felt like a parody.
Did they say like TikTok, Minecraft, Joe Biden?
Bond is walking into like the villain's conference room, and he's unironically thinking how the villain didn't even attempt to diversify the meeting. There is no black people, there's no women, and there is no like handicapped people, no retards in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
And Bond is appalled by this.
Yeah,
and then
I'm
I
not
just
surprised,
decided,
I'm
you
just
know what, fuck
disappointed.
this.
they are.
Oh, and
And all
Bond
of-
also says there's a lot of like toxic masculinity and male energy in the room,
Yeah,
and that's the part when I just put the book down.
I remember they are anti mainstream media. They are anti BBC specifically, which is weird. They are anti masking. They spread COVID misinformation. They are anti BLM. They are anti cultural Marxism, which sound really telling. And something else probably. It was like, oh, okay.
Wait, the
Yeah.
villains?
The
Yes.
villains, yep.
Of course they are.
Oh, of course he's an ex-Tory MP. That has to be a part of it. Like, okay. Like, I mean, I smelt it when it referenced Putin and Ukraine. I was like, okay.
I smelt it when it was set in 2023.
That's also fair. Like, that's actually a bit.
Fleming would fucking turn in his grave if he could see what they are doing with James Bond.
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta go eat now, but you guys continue on.
All right.
I'll be back. You too.
Bye-bye.
Say your my book.
My book, yeah.
But yeah, that's oh god, it's so bad.
Yeah, we need a video on that a little bit.
Yeah, a short one. But there's the other James Bond book that came out is the one where Bond isn't even in it. It's like James Bond has vanished, and there's a bunch of like other agent, and I'm sure.
Is there a
it's
better
fucking
female agent that That's kinda
Probably.
fun.
I have no fucking interest. It sounds like such a terrible premise. And the
Yeah.
woman who wrote it, I saw a picture of her, and I immediately said nope, because she has that haircut.
Oh,
And
Mhm.
I'm sorry to generalize, but no,
yeah.
just no.
Is it With a Mind to Kill? Is that the other new one?
No, that's actually a good one. It's
Okay.
written by Anthony Horowitz. It's the last one in his loosely connected trilogy. It's fun. That one's good. Double or Nothing, I think, is the title of the bad one. Yeah, and it's the beginning of a trilogy, apparently.
James Bond.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. You know, I said it, like, Star Wars doesn't need Han, Luke, and Leia to make good stories, or even like Anakin, Obi-Wan, or something.
Yeah, but Star Wars is an actual universe. James
Yeah.
Bond is not a universe. You have
James
one
Bond is a
fucking
character.
character.
Yeah, like
Like, that
James
was the
Bond without
point.
James Bond. Yeah, that sort of
You have-
beats the.
Yeah, that's the point. You have this kind of regular guy in a world where he encounters
Mhm.
fucking weirdo villains and characters, and that's fun.
Yeah.
And now you just suck out the fun. And what's fun, now they're censoring Fleming, and I know like Roger Moore even called him a fascist. Like, that's how the books read.
But
And
Roger
yeah,
Moore. No.
he said the book was like a fascist.
No. Why? Oh, I didn't. Need
Which,
to...
if Book Bond is a fascist, I'm a fascist as well. Like, I don't care. I prefer that now over whatever the fuck they are attempting to do, because
Yeah.
holy shit, is that stupid.
And Roger Moore. Oh man, why? I didn't need
Yeah.
to know that. Yeah. At least
I mean,
with
you can
always...
tell by his performance that he doesn't like the books. He
Yeah.
does play Bond differently, but whatever.
I
Save
mean,
your
well-
physical media.
Oh yeah, and buy them.
You should
If-
get to finally reading the Bond books. Take a break at some point with Star Wars, and then we can stream about that instead.
The problem is I've now managed to almost get through everything. I'm really like I was.
Yeah,
really...
we're about to finish the garbage.
So I'm like, if I've got to pause now, that would be like sort of. And I do want to at least read Crystal Star, because I knew a bunch of guys want to be on.
Okay, so basically now you have to finish Planet of Twilight, then you read Murder and Slush Time, then Starfighter
Aduma.
Aduma, and then
Yeah.
Crystal Star. I'm gonna
Yeah.
reread Crystal Star probably,
that's
because
good.
that's great. And yeah,
No.
and then we get to the James Bond books. Casino Royale.
might-
We're gonna get it
we might,
started.
we
I
might.
read that one in one day.
Oh
For
yeah,
the first time.
that is something I'm somewhat intrigued by. Is all of these books like either fits like, and also all of the James Bond, like, they seem like I could read them in 2-3 days maximum.
Yeah, 2 days max, because they are they are short. They all have like specific. They are never over like 400 pages. Like, I think
That's so-
360 pages is the max.
It's so good. I like that. I mean, if you have the talent to write long, I like to read a lot, but a lot of people don't.
Those are absolute page turners. And like I
good.
always said, Goldfinger, for example, the fucking golf like match between Bond and
Yeah,
Goldfinger. It's like 20 pages, and it's not boring, and that's just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun in the movie, but yeah, it's nice to imagine. Yeah, yeah. James Bond is sitting there. He's waiting. I see him. No, but yeah.
But yeah, you gotta get Casino Royale first, great introduction, and then Live and Let Die with,
Mm-hmm.
that the new English reprints will be like 50 pages at most.
Yeah. If you censor out everything, that's not gonna be a lot. Like, imagine they make like an okay version of Tropic Thunder. Like, it's just
Oh god.
just the credits. And even those probably not. Perhaps they made like a weird name in the credits. Like, you can't show basically the entirety of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They censor out Robert Downey Jr.'s character.
Yeah, entirely. Like, he no,
Mhm.
he wouldn't be okay now. Yeah. No, we're gonna continue on. I don't know. Did you want to hop off now? Or
Yeah, I'm
do you
gonna
want to-
I'm gonna hop off now. I may be joining in back later.
Okay.
Alright.
Yep. See
See
ya.
ya.
Have fun.
Mhm.
So, gonna try to pick up the pace, because those are 60 chapters. So yeah, but
The middle part should go fast too, because there's like nothing happening, or
I think
like
so as
very little happening between chapters.
yeah. Chapter 15. So, the chapter starts like this. Luke Skywalker hoped fervently he'd find time and peace in hyperspace to find himself and, once again, experience that feeling of oneness with Callista. Okay. Well, he did make the experience of fucking on a starship with Mara just a few pages before, so obviously. She's tall, long-legged, and attractive. That's still Cray, thank you. Like, you are talking... It's very weird to compliment the body of your girlfriend if your girlfriend isn't actually that, but it's the possessed body of your student. You know, that's like... It has a weird connotation to it, let's say it like that. Oh yeah, Luke and Callista both have, like, they have a little lightsaber duel. They both acknowledge that those are deadly weapons and they could kill each other by mistake. Yeah. Okay, whatever, they have fun, but... Like, you can take training swords. Like, I know this wasn't a thing in Bantam, apparently, until Stackpole was like, hey, you know, you don't always need to fight with lightsabers, especially if you're training, but... Well, they do. They are going to a comet. It's called, apparently, it's the Mulaco Corporation Primeval Water Source, whatever. It was a weird name. And I tried to translate it, like, a bit roughly, but that was it.
It is Malaco Corporation Primordial Water Quarry.
Primordial Water Quarry. Okay. Yeah, that's basically it. So Luke and Callista are basically now gonna have this more or less irrelevant side plot where they're just wandering around a bunch of... Like, first of all, they're gonna go there because it's, like, very beautiful and whatever. And they just want to have a vacation, I guess, which is another Kevin thing by now. And then they're gonna go
something
to...
Luke problem, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
Get him out of the story.
please. Yeah, I was like, we were discussing, like, which, you know, we're always talking about which authors would you want to have, like, you know, spearheading the EU if the EU was to continue. And then recently, I think it was Maxwell who was like, actually, let's reverse the question. Like, who wouldn't you want to have? And I was like, Kevin, like, for me. And he was like, oh, no, I mean, he can write. And it's like, you know, if he's never gonna reference either Luke, Mara, Lando, Darla, Kwisatz, somebody else. And Callista, obviously. And if he just does that, perhaps. I'm gonna look, but yeah.
Maybe,
perhaps. And he needs somebody to rein him in and get the fucking ending done in a normal way. But, yeah. Yeah, chapter 16. Exactly, yes, so... The comet, the asteroid where they at, it like has very clear water, so its stick is like, it's rotating. I'm not sure quite where it's rotating, but it's basically, it's always getting close to a sun. That's where all the ice that's forming on the asteroid melts, and it all becomes water. And when it goes away, all of the water starts freezing again. It becomes like an little ice place, and it's basically like a tourist magnet. Yeah, Callista seemingly misses Chad, so her home planet Chad, which the book said that which she was forced to leave for her Jedi reputation. I wondered, like, can't they go to I mean, I assume Chad is a planet that still exists, so I wondered why they weren't just going to that planet instead. I mean, by now nobody knows who Callista is. She has a different body. I don't think it's... I mean, I don't know in which sector it actually is, but I don't suspect it's like an Imperial planet, so there's no reference to why they can't go to the planet itself. But it's just like, oh, we're gonna go here to replicate the feeling you had on this planet, which, I don't know, was weird. Yeah. Callista... Oh yeah, Callista was also taken onto the Chunthor, so you know that from Culture of Princess Leia, like basically the mobile training ship of the Jedi, by her master. He was called Jin Altus, so I guess a nice little connection there. I'm trying to think, was there a point about there being multiple of those Chunthors? It might... Yeah, I think that's later in the book, like there was multiple of this one. That's why there doesn't seem to be, I think, a mention of her name or any way on the, like, in courtship. So I think it's like a type of ship that the Jedi have, but it's not, you know, it doesn't have to be the same one. I think that was it. Yeah. Oh yeah, Luke names Kami and Fixer, so those are two of his friends that he knows from Tatooine, who he always went to the Toshi station with, and he apparently never saw them again. So that's where I found out that there was actually like the deleted scene from A New Hope, where there actually is a scene where they meet up at the Toshi station, and even Biggs is there before he defects to the rebels, which actually was a cool scene I would have liked in the movie. But yeah. Chapter 17. Okay, yes. So Kip and Dorsk 81 are going on to Com now. So Dorsk 81's home planet. I do find the culture pretty interesting. So it's like, they live entirely off of cloning. They are gender neutral, basically, because of course that's not how they reproduce anymore. And they're basically on a perfectly planned, clear society with very clear roles. Dusk 81 seems to be pretty popular on this planet, like he's a celebrity, which was weird to me because I tried to remember it from the Academy trilogy, and it seemed as though he was like a pariah because he's different, and that's obviously not really liked in the culture of Com. But now it seems to be sort of retconned into only being his family, like the other Dusk clones to Dusk 80, mostly actually. Who is not fine with him being a Jedi, and everyone else is sort of cool with it and really likes it. I don't know. I don't know if that works. It seems to be like he changed that. Yeah, something that I wondered as well, and we had the discussion, considering Com is in the... I don't think it's quite the deep core. I think it's like bordering the deep core and the core regions. I wondered why it was never taken over to be an Imperial planet. Because, I mean, Com, and that's also unfortunately a foreshadowing, Com doesn't have an army, and they are very close to the Imperial, like, heart of the galaxy. And they do have cloning, which, as we know from quite a few stories, is a pretty big deal that, that people value a lot, obviously, because it's very useful. And it just never was, like, the planet was never taken over, it seems, or it still is free and bordering the Empire and being that important. I wonder why.
I fucking hate clones.
Yeah, cloning is like, it's like if if your story doesn't make sense and you need a last minute fix, that's where you sort of make clones. I mean, you can make them like into something goofy and funny, I guess, but sometimes I do like them. But so I don't know. I guess for making it like into a culture, it's sort of interesting, but. Yeah, they should have specified. We theorized why the Empire never took over. I think even Matt Wilkins brought it up. Like, perhaps the clone factories only work for the this species.
This race, yeah.
Which, like, if that would have been written in, I mean, still, this is only headcanon. We don't have an explanation, I think. But this would have been a functioning one. Like, okay, yeah, they have like something very specific. It's engineered to their race. You can't use that for humans or even like alter it. You would have to do something entirely different. And other than that, the planet is pretty much useless. I was like, okay, then I would have been fine. Like, the Empire is not wasting resources on a planet that has no use to them, but would have liked like a little explanation. Oh yeah, just a little fun translation, I guess. The clone is clone in German, and Klone is the plural, but it was clones here, like as you usually put at the end of a word if there's not a real plural. And this is what you do. Like, just a little fun mistranslation or like a weird translation. So nothing really bad. Yeah, Dusk 81 wanted to be the Jedi protector of Com, but they don't want him in that position because, they want him to go back into his factory. And he will now go and he will accompany Kip into the unmapped core, like in the unmapped deep core. And I do find it bizarre that planets that are very important to the previously biggest government of the galaxy are not mapped out. Like, that seems pretty... I don't know why. And we had that in Children of the Jedi already, where like the places where smugglers used to, run their criminal activities on were not mapped out. It's like, why? There's so many useless planets are fully mapped out, which makes sense to me, sort of. And like, there are planets and regions in the deep core that people don't know about. That's or like people don't know what's going on there. That's that's very, very weird to me. But that's that. So that's gonna be their mission. chapter 18. Yeah.
Core systems. I think we should
Core
probably start mentioning every time it swaps places.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't written that down. That might have been.
Oh, I
useful.
have it in bold, so I guess I'll do it every time then.
Okay, yeah. You just shout it in whenever it changes. Pelion, yeah. Pelion goes onto the firestorm, and he says he trusts her not to draw him into a trap. Like, if your trust was misplaced, you would have been dead. So, I don't like. Do we forget that holograms and holocoms are a thing in this universe? Like, half of the problems in the stories could have been fixed with people just not showing up in person at places, instead just using a hologram or like a holo communicator. Like, oh, hello, I'm here now. I'm safe with my people, and I'm not gonna be endangered and kidnapped. Fucking Planet of Twilight.
The
Thanks.
amount of problems that can be fixed with phones and cameras in Star Wars.
Yeah, and like, you couldn't even make it. I don't know if they think, oh, it would be like it would be unsecure or something. I mean, like the general secretary of the USSR phoned with US presidents. Like that was a thing. Like the Soviet dictators did have phone calls with presidents, like, which you would argue is the most important phone calls on our planet. Yeah, just take a phone. You wouldn't have to be kidnapped or killed, and they are not getting killed because, of course, the plot doesn't write them to be killed. That's the only reason, literally. But yeah, if Darla was a traitor and you have no proof that she isn't, like, sure, she could have made this elaborate thing just to take you out, and yeah, you would be pretty stupid if you died there. So, but of course, it doesn't happen. So Darla does not betray Pelion. But yeah. Oh yeah, I just wrote that I didn't want to write the explicit stuff down. It was bothersome to me. But yeah, Darla is droning on about basically the sexism in the Empire. Look, if you want
Because
to
I'm
write
a woman.
because I'm a woman, the problem is, if you want to prove the notion that you being a woman and being in the Empire is like sort of a problem wrong, you perhaps shouldn't be the character that cries over losing Imperial Star Destroyers and threatens holograms with a blaster. Like, you may try to be a good example if you think that's wrong. Otherwise, you may just prove the people right. Like, oh my god, yeah, look at her. She's like breaking down because we lost the Star Destroyer. Like, people need you to be strong. And, yeah, that's cool, I guess. Thanks. Oh yeah, we had a reference that General Dodonna apparently created some impressive battle formations and tactics. I think that's what they reference, how they use them. It's like something that a General Dodonna created, which was a nice touch. We get a bit of like Imperial backstory from good guys in this book, and I like those parts for the most part, basically. So yep, that's cool. Just a little thing. Oh yeah, she's really like Darla. She's really acting smug and also insulted at the accusation that she got her possession by having sex, which I mean is partially true. And
Yeah.
it was this moment that I really found out how much I hated this character. Like, we got the competent woman we have, which would be, let's say, a sword. She's just competent. Like, her being a woman is not really a big problem ever, but with Darla,
She's competent and evil.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah.
It's about Dala.
Yeah, because yeah, Darla was being like, she was acting really insulted by the notion that she got her possession by having sex with Tarkin, which isn't quite a lie. And yeah, I mean, that's when I said, like, I like
I think I have a theory about this. By the way, I immediately know what you're talking about. I think that when they were having sex, she was like, "You're fucking me because I'm so talented, right?" And he's like, "Yeah,
sure.
And she's like, "So you're actually fucking me because I'm like a very good admiral?" And he's like, "Yeah, well, whatever you say."
Yeah, she had like
You're an admiral now. I'm gonna keep you over here in this corner where no one knows for the rest of your life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, And where he also
gonna be
can't
great.
fuck her, so yeah. That's something. Perhaps he even grew tired of that, I guess. No, but I was just saying, like, we got a good woman. I mean, I guess, yeah, she was written afterwards, Isard. But, man, I miss Isard. She was a competent villain. I
She's
like
kooky
those.
but competent.
Yeah, she's nuts, obviously, but that's sort of part of what makes her cool. But she's still, like, she's rational, she's cold, she's calculating, she knows what to do, how to intimidate people. Dala is just, oh yeah, people say I got my position by having sex, which is true, I'm sorry. But, yeah. Oh yeah, apparently Tarkion executed the guy that made the accusation. So apparently, like, somebody made this accusation into her face, and Tarkion executed the guy by throwing him out of the spaceship with with a spacesuit with oxygen for 1 day. So he'd either die of suffocation or because he would slowly rotate into the planet's atmosphere and burn alive.
I think this was just a dream she had, that she fantasizes were true.
Might have been the case as well. But I was like, okay, I guess that would sort of be like a creative way of executing somebody. But yeah. But to Pelion, she does admit that she was Tarkin's lover. He pales but says nothing. I'm not sure if this is a information that anyone needs. It seems as though you're just making a target of yourself for no real reason. Like, at this point, nobody would ever find out anymore. But okay, I guess.
Yeah, you're just hurting your own credibility.
Yeah, Pelion, he's a very competent Imperial, and he likes the Empire a lot. He's actually like very sold on the Empire. And you giving off the insinuation that you got your position by being the lover of the Grand Moff doesn't seem like you're improving your, his opinion of you with that. And he had a pretty positive opinion here, so you're just risking it for no reason. But of course, nothing happens of it because the rest of the plot needs to happen.
It's also just petty. Imagine if Pelion killed someone because he said, "Oh, you're a blue face, blue skin."
Oh, you mean Thrawn? Yeah.
Yeah, Thrawn.
Yeah, there should be, like, if you're in a leading position, there should be a certain amount of like stoicism to you. Like, you don't need to be heartless, but you can be like,
Thrawn
normal.
almost took it as a challenge and proved them wrong.
Yeah, and people were almost fanatical for Thrawn. Like,
he's also ruthless when he needs to be too. Let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
He kills people. Yeah, he
genocided a world.
Yeah. It's sort of a big deal. But yeah, Dala, I guess everyone.
I guess she genocided a world too, but just random call.
She did. I mean, she wiped out an entire colony. Yeah, that's true.
For no real reason.
For no real reason. Never gonna get brought up. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So they will invite the warlords, like all the warlords that exist, to a conference, or like the most important ones anyway. But it seems like she wants to be in the background more and let Pelion do stuff. I had this impression of her at that part. I was obviously proven wrong, but we'll get to that. She gives him an oxygen mask membrane. That's a pretty obvious setup. I didn't know at the time, but yep. This is something that happens, so...
Gun on the wall. It's gonna get shot.
Yep. Chapter 19. So it immediately goes on. The 13 strongest warlords will be at the conference. I don't buy that Dala is supposed to be like this really legendary admiral. I just don't. I mean, basically her entire career so far has been a failure. Most of it has not even been like available for most people to realize because she was in the maw away from everyone. Yeah. So Dala is a pretty stupid tactic that doesn't seem to quite correlate with what they try to tell us about. Or she was this very important person who tried to negotiate a peace or a unity between all the warlords, in which her tactic is she locks everyone in for 3 hours and lets them speak. And neither Pelion or Dala even seem to be doing anything. They just let them speak.
Yeah, they just watch.
Like, watch it unfold. Like if you're trying to negotiate and you're the chief negotiator, it typically means that you're like,
You start it,
you start it, you should end it, and you should be like a form of a kind of referee. Like if people start making personal insults, should be like, hey, stop it.
You're wasting time. Come on, let's get back on track.
And also,
Yeah.
I don't think the rest. It only seemed like Pterodok and Harsk were really arguing. I don't know what the rest of the warlords were doing, but it seemed like they were just watching. In which, why are
Yeah.
they guilty?
And they, that at some point, I guess they just started like also insulting. I don't know. It was weird, yeah, but also true. Like if it was only Pterodok and Harsk, and it definitely was mainly them. Why the others are guilty now? I mean, yeah, you're trying to unify people who are fighting, and you haven't done anything but sit them in a room together, which obviously means they will fight. And if you want that, you're gonna have to, do a bit more than just sit there and look at them and then be like, oh, wow, they're all stupid. And I'm sorry, Dal. Like, I want to know, when did Dala make this character transformation and why exactly? Because when she escaped the mall, she was like, no, I don't. Like, oh, you could go to Karida and like connect with Fergan because he seems to have a lot of resources, and we should probably try to restore the Empire. Nope, no interest. I want to kill. Apparently, she got smarter now. I don't know why, but something happened, I suppose. Yeah. Now she scares everyone, so that's obviously here.
Yeah, she's like, it's been 3 hours. Bye.
You're now
Have fun.
Yeah, like somebody threw a punch, which obviously happens if you're just sitting there and letting people who try to kill each other fester around for 3 hours without any commentary. I'm sorry, I hate how fucking shocked Pelion looks.
Yeah,
He
it looks
should
like a child.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
what
oh
did
my
you
God,
expect?
wow, what the hell? Yeah,
I think this is also a good time to bring it up. This book kind of has a Westeros Express going along. Like, it just keeps teleporting people around.
yeah, and always exactly where they need them to be.
And it's not really clear how much time passes between things.
Yeah, that's sort of a feel I get throughout this era, but I mean, yeah, most of the books I got this feel of was Kevin's books, obviously, by now, is that it doesn't seem to be clear, like, ever, even between books, how much time exactly is passing, how many months, like, which developments happen when, and yeah, people just appear when they need to. Yeah, now so basically she just did nothing, and then she killed all of them because she summarized that all of them are basically incompetent and are unfit to rule the Empire in any way. Yeah. Still, I mean, again, I refuse to believe that all of them are incompetent idiots. I don't think so. Like, we had this in Courtship. In Courtship, Singe was pretty fucking, sad and idiotic. Then we got him in X-Wing, which is like, oh yeah, warlords can actually be pretty smart. Warlords doesn't have to mean like sub-Saharan African warlord in a country like with no like they are competent people. Like they have training, they have formal training. They went through some form of officer school. They have a career in the Empire. Like, I'm sorry, I don't buy this. Like them being like children. And Dala is not any better. She just kills them. Once again, why everyone went there explicitly without defense. Of course, people wanted to take their guards with them, and she didn't let them. At this point, just make it a hologram conference. Like, why the hell? You tried to kill each other like 2 minutes ago. Let people rest for a bit and warm up to each other, and not like do this immediately. But nope, everyone's dead, and yep, I really hate Dala as a character. I said it again, and I don't like her. Sorry. Not sorry, rather. Yeah, let's just continue. Chapter 20, Darla and Pelion now convince Cronus, Delvarde's assistant, who's basically like a psychopath murderer. Like, he's the New Republic caricature of what an Imperial is. And I don't know, I would like Cronus, yeah, like he's like a bloodlusty murderer. He likes just killing. He likes, oh my god, yeah, we have all these victories, everyone's dying and don't lose. I don't know. I would like to have more Imperials like Pelion, who was like, yep, I think the Empire is a good cause. Yeah, we should, there's quite a bit that we should do.
Bring
Should
peace
be
to the
comfort.
galaxy.
Yeah, not just mindlessly murder people, but oh well.
Your new empire.
Oh,
Yeah, unfortunately, it's her new empire, at least for now. Oh yeah. So of course she convinces him to join their forces. I don't think we even get what happens with the other forces, but yeah, of course nobody is like mad that they died. Like there's not a single one who was loyal to them.
okay.
Okay, sure, whatever.
Moving on.
Moving on. Yep. That includes a superstar destroyer now, of course, which is the Night Hammer,
Night Hammer.
which will be Dala's flagship. Yeah, this does not feel earned. The Luzankia.
Where does
feels-
it even come from?
Oh, I think it was just sitting around. Literally, it was just sitting around like, oh my god, look what we have
Yeah,
here.
what's an Imperial Remnant going to do with a Super Star Destroyer? Okay?
Yeah,
be real.
I mean, they can't do anything with it. The fact that this, this ship will be lost due to Callista and gravity. I don't know what's more pathetic. I don't even know what's more pathetic about it. But yeah, that's the fate of the Night Hammer, everyone. Sorry to spoil you. Yeah, so basically the thing is, it's the Night Hammer, like, day, night. And then at some
Yeah.
point, in the German book, it's called Jedi Hammer. So I was confused why in Planet of Twilight, I think, or no, I think it was in Planet of Twilight, actually, where it was referred to again as the Night Hammer, like the Jedi Knight.
Yeah.
But apparently this is the actual English translation, where they just
Yeah, it's
add an K.
Night Hammer here, and then in a couple, I don't know when it happens.
Yeah,
but
like towards,
at some point in this book, it
Yeah.
it changes to Night with a K
yeah.
Why?
And apparently they
Literally
just
why?
scribbled it.
because it's
they
a
attack you.
fun. It's a pun, right? Because you're
Yeah.
hammering the Jedi Knights.
Oh my god, shut up, Kevin.
Sounds rough. Can I have Kiptorin raped Dala or something? That would have been funny. Yeah, no, but it really does not feel earned. Like, the mystery about what the Luzankia was, you had a feeling like, was it a planet, or is it like a prison or something? And no, it's actually a super Star Destroyer, and it's in Coruscant. Oh, that felt so satisfying. And I felt like, yeah, somebody like Asard has earned having a super Star Destroyer. Dala does not give me that vibe at all. Yep. Chapter 21, I guess. Yeah, I actually pointed that out. Leia eats a normal lunch with her family, which is genuinely groundbreaking. I don't think Leia has ever displayed her being a normal mother to children, and they're like they are like guarded by personal bodyguards. Even snipers are on like the rooftops. Like, oh wow, you can actually write people being smart. Like, oh yeah, probably we shouldn't let our political leader run around all the time alone. Yeah, perhaps we might like a few snipers. We have a few guys to spare. They're sort of bored. Leia explicitly again does not enjoy being president. Yeah, I've had this talk with Maxwell. It's like, this seems to be. I can't judge because I'm obviously this is the point I'm at now, and I haven't read beyond. But this seems to be basically Leia's conflict in every book, and it never really gets resolved. Is that she actually doesn't really want to be that,
So why is she?
but she
Why
is
was she
still.
put in this position in the first place?
Yeah, okay, she sort of feels responsible. I think we even explicitly got that. But yeah, like, she seems to have a miserable time. She wants to spend time with her kids, with her husband. And like you can be advisors or something, a bit more lowbrow. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who really want to take the reins in. I mean, you're not a failure if you're not chief of state. Even though, of course, like, this seems like something you would give to Leia, but yeah, can be something else if you want to.
I like in Hand of Thrawn when she just stops being it, like before that, and then after Hand of Thrawn she becomes it again.
Well,
Wonderful.
hold on. She's not chief of state by the time of New Jedi Order, right?
Yeah, correct. But in Young Jedi Knights she is.
Of course.
Of course. Because it's written by whom?
Gavin. But
To be fair,
yeah.
he didn't know that Hand of Thrawn was coming, and
I
Yeah,
guess
that's what he said
so.
for Mara as well. But like, come on, Kevin. You just
Yeah.
don't want it to be
for
this
it to
way.
be that long, and she still it's a bit weird, but
Yeah.
When
That's
did
true.
Crystal Reef come out?
99, I think. Like,
Hold on.
Yeah.
but I mean, like in universe, that long after for her to still
yeah.
be.
1998 for Crisis at
98.
Crystal Reef.
I mean, when was Hand of Thrawn? That wasn't so far after.
Let me
right?
look it up. Hand of Thrawn. Hand of Thrawn came out.
97 and 98.
So he could have
He had
still.
time.
Oh, you had time, Kevin. You.
It's the same
Well,
with
no, no.
Mara. It was like supposedly, it was to keep up the mystery, but it seems sort of clear that he's salty and he doesn't
Yeah.
want
Young
to.
Jedi Knight started in 95, so
I guess, yeah, not at the but towards the end, perhaps. Like, oh yeah, by the way, this is the thing, right? Oh well.
but they already mentioned that she's the chief of state. Like that's
no, I
what
mean
Shards of Alderaan is about.
I
Basically.
meant the Mara Jade being
Oh, okay.
married to
then
Luke at this
yes.
point.
Then yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the chief of state stuff. Yeah, I do believe that's mentioned. Yeah. She even Leia even explicitly mentions she had more satisfaction at being a rebel because it was like you go to X planet, you do Y thing, you're done, and you go back. And now it's just like so much politicking. And I do remember like this conflict is a conflict that she has sort of all the time by now, yeah. And we can't like can we resolve it at some point? It's the same with her and her relation to Vader. Like, can we just get it done with already? I don't need this to be in every book. And I don't want to praise like it's sort of interesting, but if it's in every book and never there's never happening anything to that, I'm I sort of lose interest in that. But yeah. Oh yeah, once again, Han and Leia, they are acting like a functional couple and family. That's a lot, That's a lot for Kevin. I have to give him that. Oh yeah, and Han does say he's careful. They don't want to. So basically, they're talking about what the deal was with Durga and the plans that they now know that they stole. And he's gonna say, we don't want to we don't want to hang this like really high. We don't want to ring off the alarm bells. We want to keep it a bit safe because the Hutts probably have spies somewhere here, and we want to give them the impression that they have tricked us. So, oh, yep, that seems quite reasonable. And they now want to take up Durga on his sort of fake offer to go to Nal Hutta. They're gonna take Akbar and Wedge with them with a big fleet to stay in orbit there, or like not in orbit quite, but bordering the sector basically. And they're gonna do some like maneuvering, some mock battles to basically keep the Hutts on their toes and make them question whether that's, whether they're gonna do something weird, which is meant to be like, it's meant to make them a bit, squeamish, that they make mistakes and that they then can start looking after what exactly the Hutts are doing and what they can do about it. I was like, yep, that sounds like a smart plan. Actually, you should always take a fleet with you when you're going anywhere, because
Yeah.
if you're not going to take a fleet with you, like, who else?
Especially on a
is gonna-
diplomatic mission to, let's say, a planet controlled by a cartel,
Yeah, like, imagine... Yeah, I was just about to say, like, imagine just Joe Biden, like, he goes into a helicopter and just flies to Afghanistan to Kabul to speak with the Taliban alone. Like, I don't know, some guy with him. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna get killed probably, and for good reason. And you'd be stupid if you died there. But no, actually, smart thing to do here. So like that. Chapter 22 exactly. So they will perform a mock battle.
Nal Hutta.
Nal Hutta, yeah. Right now we're in Nal Hutta. So Wedge will perform a mock battle between himself basically and Akbar. Close to the Nal Hutta. He's on his flagship Yavaris. There's also the backbone of the fleet. It's called the Donna. I just like the name, sort of. Yeah, Queez, the science officer there. I don't even get what exactly she's doing, because she doesn't want to create more weapons, I think. So I guess she's just doing science stuff.
Science stuff, yeah.
I guess that's what I'm supposed to take from that Queez there. Obviously,
She's there because she's there.
as Wedge's bed warmer, I guess that's the nicest thing I can say about her. Wedge beats Akbar, which is nice. You know, Akbar was a little bit overconfident, but it's a nice little way of, in my opinion, showing that Wedge has grown quite a lot. I mean, Wedge has been around for quite a while and is a very successful pilot and also by now fleet commander. So I like that. It's a good little scene. Yeah, Leia actually goes to a diplomatic mission to Nal Hutta with a military escort. Oh yeah, I also said that was pretty disrespectful to Kevin J. Anderson because we did establish that this isn't something the New Republic does. So
Escorts?
I
Yeah.
don't-
No.
it was a setup, and it was, I mean, it was good. It was in an EU book, so we can't discard it.
It was refreshing.
It was refreshing. I mean, that's not something you would imagine from the New Republic. So it was like, subverting your expectations before the term was a thing. Yeah, and we get the introduction to basically this probably like the second best part of the book and almost a very, very good part of the book in general, but it sort of gets sour towards the end, which is that Crix Medine, will be going on a secret mission by himself, like onto the surface of Nal Hutta, actually. Which sounded interesting, and he made quite a lot with that. Chapter 23. So Leia basically appears with no notice. Durga obviously he's not there. He's at the Darksaber construction site. She does her little skit like it's a scandal that he is not here. He invited me. How dare he, basically. And I do like them, and I sort of wondered, if because it seemed to be like that they were making these maneuvers in their system. So I wondered, like, is this something the Hutts would do? I was like wondering, perhaps you could say this isn't something they would tolerate, but the Hutts do seem like quite uninterested in actual like fight. Like they don't want to have open military conflict, I think, with any of the
especially not the New Republic.
Yeah.
They prefer not to. They have a pretty sizable navy.
I think so too, and obviously, like, they're gonna get bounty hunters and everyone. But yeah, I mean, as much as the usual governments profit off of the Hutts, sort of, and there being a black market for all of this, for all of all sorts of stuff. Obviously, they also profit a whole lot from being basically left alone, more or less, by the the galactic governments. So it makes sense that, like, a bit. Oh, what's that?
Hot navy.
It's the Hutt. Oh, okay. Nice. Looks less weird than the Sun Crusher, I guess. Yep. And yep, they go down onto the planet now. So Leia, Han, I think Chewie as well, right? Yeah. Chapter 24. We get a few funny little quips here. Han is joking about gifting 3PO to Durga. So I don't know. I thought it was sort of funny, but it felt as a more appropriate call to the OT than the type of Easter eggs that Kevin usually writes in. So I was fine with that, I guess.
Yeah, because it works. They're talking. They haven't met Hutts that often and stuff like that.
Yep. No, that was acceptable. I like that. We are greeted by someone, like, they are greeted by a guy called Korda, so who's basically Durga's slave. He's also Hutt, but he's very thin.
Yeah.
I hope that there would be something with him, like he would, maybe that he would help him, because he basically explains that he's kept in a perpetual state of humiliation by Durga, because of course he looks very pathetic for a Hutt, and he's just sort of there to be made fun of and to be humiliated again by Durga. I hope that perhaps that would be a setup that he's not quite satisfied and would help, and that doesn't lead anywhere. So Corda's he's in for like 2 chapters or something, and he's gone then. No big deal. Yeah. Oh, we have also a bit of nice again world building for Nal Hutta, which is that Leia herself described she had to block out basically her Force sense because the planet was like so full of misery that it was too impactful for her, and she couldn't handle it. It was sort of nice. I also something about Leia that I also mentioned is that she's also always seeming to go back and forth between wanting to use the Force and thinking it's pretty useful and being comfortable with it, to then again being afraid of it. Like it's Planet of Twilight now, and she's once again afraid of using the Force. And I would like her to make a choice at some point, but seems to be as though she will jump back and forth quite a bit for now. Yeah, so I think that's that for this chapter. Yeah. Chapter 25. Yeah, once again, so we get that the Hutts always destroy planets and find other ones. Then that's how Nal Hutta is basically described. It's a disgusting poisonous planet. No, the building up planets is something Kevin is pretty good at. I think he also wrote he wrote some visual guide or something like I forget the name now, like some source book basically. So it seems like this is his forte. Yeah. Of course, it feels a bit weird to always point that out when the story doesn't make sense, but I'm gonna take what I get from him. We get a very short but nice little spy action with Medine. He has so I translated it from German. It was a moon moth. It's like moon and then moth droid, which basically is like just a little transparent droid that can implant a tracking device. He does that on Durga's personal ship, and then it like even gets self-destroyed. So it was very, very brief. We have like he is also wearing like some sort of a camouflage on his face. It's very short, but I liked it. And once again, I was like, man, we could have had like a nice little spy thriller, short story collection. Maybe you have plenty of spies. You have Medine, you have General Kraken, you have Winter. Obviously, we never got that. It's sort of sad. Chapter 26. Okay, changing locations again. So now we are on Dagobah. Yeah, apparently in Empire Strikes Back, that's at least what Luke, I suppose, is calling back to. He was struck by a lightning.
Yeah, we see that.
You see that? Okay, because I was genuinely like, oh, I don't actually. It might have been. I was just. Oh, I don't think I
On the way
remember
down, you see the ship like bumping and thumping and stuff like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and that's because of the lightning strikes.
I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. It just seemed like he was generally losing control, but no, it makes sense. I was just like, oh yeah, I guess I never thought about why I actually just fell down and crashed on it. But okay. Yeah, we get the explanation that Yoda was there because all of the life he managed to hide his aura there because there's so much life on it, and also quite a sense of like quite a bit of dark side energy. Yeah, Luke doesn't want to see Yoda's hut because oh yeah, I don't like this. Yeah, Luke doesn't want to go to Yoda's hut. He went to Obi-Wan Kenobi's like personal hut, I think, and I'm not sure if it was in this book or like a previous one. But he didn't want to go to Yoda's one because the place where he saw him die, he doesn't want to see, which is acceptable. And also the place where he learned all the truths about his father and sister. So the part of him, like the sister part and the I don't know, I found it weird. Like the books don't ever seem to be quite sure what to make of Luke and Leia's relationship to Vader, and they also will always, I think, jump back and forth of do they really hate it now, or have they come around to it and accepted it?
I think by now they should have accepted it.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I get it. He doesn't want to see where Yoda died. I think that's fine enough. But they added he doesn't also want to go there because that's where he learned like all the truths about.
It's also partially reclaimed by the swamp at this point, it says.
Yeah, it is. Which also I could get like, oh yeah, by now it probably is like grown over, and I don't want to see that. It would be sort of like sad. Okay, I can accept that. That's good. Callista wonders why Luke stays with her, which is basically what she was going to do throughout the book. If I can't get my powers back, we shouldn't be together. I agree. Please go. Yeah, they get. Oh, that was a weird scene. They get attacked by bats. So also, it's not a Star Wars animal. It's actually just bats. And I can excuse the non-Star Wars language, like in Han Solo Adventures, Lando trilogy, because it wasn't a thing yet. But by now, it seemed to be obvious that animals should not quite be just their human counterparts, like the Earth counterparts. But yeah, it's just regular bats. Okay, whatever, not a big deal. But yeah, apparently Callista gets really pissed, and Luke feels that's where we get something. Luke feels a flicker of the dark side within her. So obviously, throughout this book, Callista wasn't even, you couldn't find Callista in the Force at all. Not even like you could a normal being. She's just basically gone from it, like Ulick was. And now she was so pissed off during the fight that she did almost use the dark side, which she of course doesn't want to access. Yeah, and I wondered about the nature of losing your Force ability if the dark side sort of enables you to get it back. Like, what exactly does this mean? Like, if you're a dark sider, that's how you get your power back, and then you go back to the light. Do you again lose it? Or like, is it just, there's like two directions? There's one to the dark side and one to the light side, and only the one to the light side is cut off. I don't know. I was not quite sure. I mean, the book's not gonna, it's never going to mention that really, but.
I got a question about that. Why can she only access the dark side?
There's no real explanation.
Yeah, like, whoa.
Because it says so.
It says so, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also made me, it's just a thing, I guess. And considering that in universe people refer to her situation as being similar to Ulick, perhaps that was the case with him as well. We don't know. I mean, I would assume not, honestly, because that sounds really weird. That the light side is blocked off from you, but the dark side is not. Especially if the reason is like, oh, the Force doesn't like that doing it. Yeah, we never get a reason why it happens at all.
So the Force doesn't like you being light?
Yeah, it was like it seems as though then you should only be able to access the light side if that even was a thing that happens. And there's no real reason given why. I guess it's just a random thing now. That's why I think like essence transfer is.
It brings up too many questions that I don't think these authors are smart enough to answer.
I don't think. Like I'm even fine with them just recognizing that there are questions to begin with. That's what I really liked about iJedi. It's not that every question is perfectly answered, but just the acknowledgement that there is something that needs to be said. That is like half the deal for me already. And like I can appreciate anyone at least seeing that there's a problem that needs to be dealt with. But yeah, this is like you're transferring your entire being into another thing. You even change like how the body looks. You're never going to explain that, especially now that not only you're never going to explain why she loses the Force, but now you're never going to explain why she doesn't quite lose the Force. Oh yeah, Noah attacked me. It's not Craming, that's Crame Mengele. Yeah, that's unfortunately the objective truth. Yeah. Chapter 27. Yeah, so chapter 27 is where we get more about
Asteroid
Sulama.
Belt.
Asteroid Belt. Yeah. So Sulama apparently is a dictator. He's just yelling at people.
And a pompous ass, don't forget that.
And a pompous ass. He thinks he's the second coming of Tarkin. I think there was an actual quote by Lemitless. But he has no fucking clue what's even going on. And I was so pissed. Like, why do Imperial generals have to be incompetent? I don't think this is like.
Also, why would Kevin use pompous ass to describe how someone is acting? That feels so un-Star Warsy. That like takes you completely out.
Mm-hmm. It's like even characters who are assholes like Tarkin, like he's competent still. You can make them be dicks, but yeah, but pompous ass reads very weirdly. But still, like, Jesus Christ, like they at some point they graduated an academy. Like, it's okay if they're a bit more competent than the usual people. They don't need
Yeah,
to
but
be
it's refreshing
the next...
if they're not. Remember?
Yeah, it's refreshing if they're dumb retards.
Yeah. They don't need to be the next Hindenburgs or Hannibals or fucking Sun Tzus. I don't need that, but or Thrawns. Just normal. Like,
That's why it's so cool.
Isolde is sharp. Like she's smart. She's not a fucking genius Ubermensch who does everything perfectly. She's like,
So is Pelion.
so is Pelion. Just a dude. Just a dude. He went through training. He's diligent. He's competent. And that's like 70% of the deal already. And like everything above that is like, okay, you're getting into very, very smart territory now. And yeah, it's fine if not everyone is a genius, but no, you fucking imbecile, Hannibal, the Carthage general.
They don't need to be that handle either, though.
Yeah.
I know, right, Liv, you don't need to be psychopaths. 6 psychopaths.
Mm.
Yeah, and like an occasion, like okay, Isolde is clearly a psychopath, but she's also competent, and like the psychopathy, takes a back seat when she just needs to be competent. And like if she has people in her claw, that's when she gets to be a psychopath because like they're not gonna escape.
You can be a smart psychopath like the Joker, or
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's the thing, famously. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like he's not, he's not.
I go by they them pronouns because I'll never be he him.
Exactly.
He's not a 300 IQ like superstar, who does everything perfectly. He's a diligent, good dude who knows what to do, and that's basically like he's on the top 20% of all now. Even probably more with all the people we get. Yep, that's true. She managed to subvert the entire Jedi Order, and nobody batted an eyelash. She's much more.
A literal Nazi. That's
She's
pretty,
a literal Nazi.
pretty based.
Literal white supremacist. That's actually sort of based, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Lemelisk has a term for him. So in German, it was Komisskopf, which is basically like it's like an insult you use for military people, like who are mostly known for their volume and their tone when they order people around. Like, it has an obvious a negative connotation with how it's formulated. I don't know. I'm not feeling more excited about your villains if you continue to put them down at all times. Like, sort of doesn't get me really into the book, but yep. Oh yeah. Apparently, we have thousands of the Taurel. They are once, like I said, they're basically like a hive mind. Durga at some point knew a scientist who basically figured out what they were and how they worked. He killed them, so now Durga is the only one who knows. I mean, fine, that's okay. But yes, still, they were pretty quick in their construction. Like, and I get it, okay, 1,000 basically hyperactive slave laborers, but still, like, the site must be quite, big. Like, I would still, and that's what you mentioned, Pico. Like, you don't really have a sense of time in this book, because the way it's formulated, I'm supposed to believe, I think it's just been a couple of days, and they already, they are starting to get finished, basically. Yeah, it would have been nice to have like a bit more clear, clear time frame of what is happening when. The Darksaber also have a Bavarian dialect in it, like Truce at Bakura's I don't think so. I mean, I've never heard of the insult Komisskopf, but that sounds like just a general German insult to me. I don't think I've seen a Bavarian accent in here now. But actually, I don't remember who had a Bavarian accent in a dialect in Truce at Bakura. Like, can you type it in? Because I generally don't know. Yeah. So yeah, we get another flashback. Tarkin, like the slave laborers from despair. They're basically useless. They have no experience with engineering, which I guess is sort of logical. So now they will once again, as happens a lot of times in the EU, apparently go to Kashyyyk, attack Kashyyyk, slaughter Wookiees, and take them with him. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, to take Wookiees. They are physically strong, actually, but yep. Poor Kashyyyk was always the target.
Always gets bombed.
Yeah. Like, Force Unleashed, which basically should be in the same year, probably. We have Dark Lord Rise of Darth Vader. I think, like, in Inferno, isn't Kashyyyk also on fire?
Yep, it
Like-
gets bombed by Darth Emo.
Darth Emo, nice. So, yeah. Poor space teddy bears. Oh, well.
Kashyyyk and Mon Calamari are the punching bags.
Mon Calamari also immediately knows, like, oh, yeah. This is like Dark Empire, and then immediately Jedi Academy trilogy. It's like, oh, okay. This is the thing now, I guess. Yep. The Torah.
Actually,
okay.
Coruscant too.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, now Order 66, sort of. X-Wing, I guess. Thrawn trilogy, Dark Empire. Yeah. I mean, okay, it's the core world, I guess. That makes sense, but... Yeah. We get another setup for the ending. I think by now it was clear what the fate of the Darksaber will be. Because we have... Hello again.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna drop out in a second. I want to get something to eat and get a bit more reading done.
Uh-huh.
So your question, the Bavarian thing in Truce at Bakura, and I remember in some of the Bantam books,
Yeah.
it's not a specific character who talks like with an accent or something. It's just like it uses words
Mm-hmm.
that I think they are like regional dialect, and it feels
Yeah.
weird reading it. I think one of them, I don't know if it really is regional, but it stood out to me, drunten instead of unten.
Drunten. Yeah, that sounds regional to me also. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that's like a thing also in like the latest Stephen King book translations all the time. It's like the
Uh-huh.
guy translating them, I think, is also
Yeah.
from Bavaria, and he works in like,
Oh,
and it
I see.
reads disgustingly, kind of. When you're not using regular German and you throw in like regional words and stuff, it's like reading a Star Wars book and they use a filler word like "fi," which only exists in like the Franconian.
Yeah.
My speech. That's like that stands out. That's strange.
It actually makes sense because now I'm looking like when I pulled up allies to search the the Tahiri court scene for Fabe, I actually saw like the translator. I think they were based in Munich, and now when I see those, it's Ismaning 85737. I don't know, is that Bavaria Ismaning? Sounds, or maybe it's Baden-Württemberg. But yeah, like because we had that insult Lemelis cast for Sulama, which is Komiskopf. And I mean,
Never
I sort
heard
of
it before.
same.
And in English, it's pompous ass.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, perhaps it's like from Kommission or something. I was like, okay, I guess I can get
I
what.
think
it's-
I've heard the term Kürbiskopf.
Yeah, I mean that I heard too. Like that's at least somewhat more known. But I was like, Komiskopf? Wait, I never heard the term actually. Yeah, so it could be like because.
And they were trying to hide like an insult. That's a shame.
Yeah, but no, yeah, I think they are. It's probably because the
Yeah,
translators.
but that's
are
also
something-
something. Just I'm derailing this right now. But swear words in Star Wars, I know German translations, and I think they do it on accident. But they throw in like Han Solo says, "You can kiss my ass" or something. Like they throw in words like ass
Yeah.
and shit at certain points.
Yeah, because it's like.
Yeah, because the translators don't really give a fuck about the no swear words rule,
Yeah.
which is pretty funny. I'm pretty sure that's in the Han Solo Adventures. I have to reread those for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, doesn't Lando call people retard in his trilogy?
That's in English even.
Okay.
I've been trying to find that, but I can't find it in the Land of Books. Maybe I just glossed
perhaps.
over it.
Yeah, perhaps we'll find it again.
It-
Like if I do.
Used the word retard once in the first book, though. I know that.
Okay.
I think it was just in narration, though.
Yeah. No, and no, I looked it up. Ismaning is like right outside of Munich, of Munich.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's probably like all of the translators seem to be based in Bavaria, and especially in München. So it's probably that. Yeah. Where
So they work in their own dialect on accident, almost like unconsciously.
I mean, hey, they seem to hide it well enough for now, so it's like okay, it's good enough. But
I mean,
yeah,
we don't read the new canon books. Like, who knows what they look
Yeah,
like?
like full conversations in Bavarian. That would
At least
be
at some point they changed from Mufti back to Moff.
Mufti. Oh, it sounds. I hate it so much. It's such a stupid word for a moth. Ugh. That doesn't even make sense. Like
You gotta make this a running gag. You have to keep it as Mufti. Every time you mention Moff, just say Mufti instead and never explain why. So non-Germans won't get it.
yeah, they're like, what the fuck are you talking? They're like gonna Google Mufti and it's like some weird Muslim thing, and I'm like, what the fuck are you even saying? Like, I mean, it's sort of nonsensical, yeah, but oh well. But it's not as
What else
beautiful
was
as
like an
this.
old translation? Oh, Space Diapers. That's a real thing in the Aftermath books. God bless the German translator for trying to save that novel. He didn't succeed, but he tried. He sure
Yeah.
tried.
I mean, you sometimes have the das like instead of double S with SZ. You sometimes have that. It's like okay, it's obviously old language, but
Yeah.
I don't think there's like ever. I mean, I don't think for you English speakers, I don't suppose there's a lot of like I don't know Southern American accent going on.
Mostly for
Really?
characters.
Yeah, perhaps characters, right? Like Booster or Card, maybe I could see them like having some form of Southern accent, perhaps. I don't know, but yeah, no. It's so far it hasn't been
Booster just kind of
really.
enunciates his words very loudly.
Yeah, I guess so. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, we
makes
can
sense
be
of the
happy
book
when
that-
we even get like. Remember how
Yeah.
the oldest books, like the pre-EU books,
hold on,
like
Pico. What did you say about what did you say about
Booster?
Yeah.
The way Mark Thompson did it was he kind of just like enunciated his words very loudly. So he kind of talked like this.
Okay. I mean
That's fun.
that fits
Yeah.
Booster. What were you about to say, Noah?
oh, remember the pre-EU books, like the Han and Lando adventures and the novelizations, how legendary they were translated.
Oh no, I haven't read any of those yet, but I've heard that I should
Yeah.
get like this. The
I've heard
silver
there's another
reprint from
Himmel.
Yeah, the famous,
yeah.
most famous quote.
Himmelsläufer
Luke, there is
for
another
Skywalker.
sky, and it's literally the word for sky.
Uh,
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
but I
We
don't
also
even
get-
I don't even get why they do that because not even the movie translates the name.
No,
Like-
it doesn't fit with the movies at all. Like they have the movie dub ready, but they don't use
Yeah.
it.
Like they literally just
Like
come-
they don't even say like imperial troops. I think they do translate it with
Kaiserlich.
kaiserliche Truppen.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've heard. I mean, yeah.
And then we get the lightsabers instead of Lichtschwert. It's
Lichtsäbel.
Lichtsäbel,
Yeah.
which is stupid. And then all the other stuff. But at least the novelizations got a new translation later
Yeah.
on, and all of this got fixed, thank God. But the Han and Lando books never did. The Millennium Falcon, it's not translated to Millennium Falke. It's still
Rather.
called the Falcon, and they still call the ship.
Rasenfalke? Or just Falke?
No, they do call it Millennium Falcon, the English, words for it. But they say like the Millennium Falcon.
Okay, yeah, I guess because ships are feminine.
Because ships are feminine, yeah, but they keep that in and don't translate the name, and it reads extremely weird.
It's weird now, yeah, because we just for info, like we do call the Falcon masculine now, so they're Millennium Falke. But yeah, if it's like, yeah, if you think about like ships, you would give a female name, so they made it into.
Yeah, and it's really off-putting. I mean, that's just a general problem with the translation. Sometimes they translate ship names, and sometimes they just don't.
Yeah, that's also
Like, I don't think the Invisible Hand is actually translated into, the German terms for it. It's just
Oh,
still
no,
the Invisible Hand.
I saw Unsichtbare Hand sometimes actually. I don't know where, but I did see it sometimes. And I mean, in this book, like actually get back to the book, even we also have a weird translation. We have the thing where Dala renames the Night Hammer, like from day night to
Oh,
the
yeah.
Night Hammer, like the Jedi Knight. And I was confused because in the German, like the first time I read it, it says the Jedi Hammer, like Jedi Hammer. It says,
Yeah.
and I just assumed like, okay, Jedi Hammer. I mean, I guess that's the name now. But then, I'm not sure if it was like at the end of this book or even at the beginning of Planet of Twilight. It says Nighthammer, actually, like Jedi Knight now. It's like, wait, did they rename it
yeah, I
again?
remember you posting that. I think that's in the opening of Planet of Twilight.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's. And I'm like, wait, what? And did they rename it again? But it's destroyed. Why would they? I was like, oh, okay. I guess this is. Then I heard like Matt, I think, talking about it on his reread. Oh, okay. I guess they just mistranslated it and then actually translated it, and this is what we got now, I guess.
It's not
Yeah.
really I mean, that's the best you can do. Like, you can't keep the wordplay, but at least they attempted something.
Yep.
At least they didn't do it like they keep the English night, and then they just put like the German what it actually means.
Yeah, I guess.
Now I'm gonna call it the Nighthammer, like
Ritterhammer.
Ritter. And then they just keep referring it by the English name. I prefer Jedi Hammer. At least that's an attempt.
It's like, I mean, Nighthammer is obviously supposed to be like a goofy joke, I guess. Like
It's
night
meant to
and-
be, read in English.
It's a pun.
Yeah,
it's a
just
pun
like-
that only works in English, but I appreciate a translator actually trying to do something and just saying, okay, I can't do this, I can't translate it, and I don't want to explain it what it means in English because this is Star Wars. Like, that would be even worse. Like, that would even make less sense. So I'm just gonna say Jedi Hammer
Yeah, that's pretty.
because
hilarious.
because it's the hammer we're gonna use to fucking crush the Jedi. It's okay, makes sense.
Yep. It's like calling a soldier the customer of a prostitute. I was like, oh, yeah, that's something. I take that. No, yeah, we gotta move on. Fucking hell, this book is so long. I mean, it's not
Where
long,
are
but
you?
it's 60. Chapter 27. I mean, there's a lot of short chapters coming up, so I guess that's
That's
where we're
great.
gonna get back a bit of time. But yeah, yeah.
Now we're going to Hoth. 28.
You go to Hoff. I'm gonna drop out. If this is the Wampa chapter, I'm definitely dropping out.
The fucking Wampa chapter.
Not yet, but we're almost there.
Is this
All
the
right.
Hoff chapter? Okay, remind me.
This
does
is the first
mention
Hoff
the-
chapter.
Does this make reference to the newspaper strips? I forgot.
I don't know. It's where Lemelisk insults Sulama, and Sulama is like a dictator, but also a pompous ass. And yeah, and that's, I think, the first time that we get the reference that the Tauril are sort of incompetent. And yep.
Isn't it awesome how the Darksaber is constructed in the asteroid field by Hoff?
Yeah, it's great.
Of course.
Remember the
Sounds-
OT? This book feels like
I remember
like
the
that
old
like
J's.
I
Mm.
remember the OJs, but I always said like the Jedi Academy feels like the first draft of a fan fiction written by a 12-year-old. Darksaber feels like a more competent fan fiction.
It's the first draft of a fan fiction written by a 16-year-old.
I would be fair. It's the second or third draft. This is smoothed
Alright.
out. It's not ready to be professionally published, but it's very
No,
good
yeah.
for a 16-year-old's attempt.
I could agree.
It's like
If my
a creative
son-
writing class type
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. If a student gave me this to read, I would be like, hey, you did a pretty good job. Yeah.
Yeah,
I understand what's happening, There's a through line.
It falls apart a bit by the end, but you know what? First
Oh, yeah.
attempt at a book, very good job.
Yeah, you're gonna, with a bit of polishing, you may get really far. Yeah.
Yeah, and we know how far Kevin got.
Yeah, we do know.
He got to
Um,
write Dune universe,
June, hey, it's something,
which
Oh.
everybody hates except Matt Wilkins and Maglino Alex.
Of course.
I see Matt is already using the Force again.
What?
Look, the Force push picture that he's using.
Oh yeah. That is using. I need the one with Magnino Alex like pushing the child against the wall. That's I didn't.
I can
I
send that.
Yeah, send that in the Allgemein or something. I'm gonna get it
Fucking
later.
Jesus Christ! He uploaded that video for everyone to see.
I love it, and he never took it down. That's really cool.
That's
Wait,
based.
did he take it down?
No.
No, he did not. That's what I meant.
Oh, that's actually good.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm coming around to the laughing Matt Wilkins picture.
It's so fucking hilarious. Yeah,
At first,
love
I
it.
was like, I don't know if this can beat kissing Matt Wilkins here or like Megamind, but
Especially the kissing one. It misses the the motion that he makes with the
oh yeah, like the
middle
Italian
finger.
hand gesture.
That it may it's not quite Italian. What I thought about with the middle finger pushing, like only that. Like, oh yeah, that's a picture for the centuries. I think we're all gonna take the Matt Wilkins Denning picture when we read Betrayal or like Darkness, perhaps.
Oh,
Same.
what are we gonna use classy Matt Wilkins for?
Hand of Thrawn, perhaps. Like, oh, we're getting two good books now or something. I don't know.
But he clearly hates Hand of Thrawn because Luke and Mara get together.
And he
I'm looking forward to his reread.
Oh yes, same
Yeah,
actually.
reminder, he thinks Hand of Thrawn really contradicts Young Jedi Knights, and he wants to move Young Jedi Knights before Hand of Thrawn.
Why does he want to do that? Why does he want to do that? I never really got it.
Oh, it's just because Hand of Thrawn mentions like, the peace treaty with the Empire,
Yeah.
but in all of Young Jedi Knights they talk about the Empire like they are still around and an enemy, and that's literally his only justification.
Jeez.
If North Korea and South Korea ever made an official peace treaty, they would still hate each other probably. That happens sometimes. That's not.
And then anyway they say it's like, oh no, it's the Second Imperium, it's this different faction.
The Second Imperium is a terrorist organization funded by Dala, by the way.
No. Why is Dala even a thing? Fuck.
Is it funded by her?
I heard it was from like a comment on Tap Calf Transmissions podcast. They were talking
Oh
about.
god. Okay, because I know
Apparently
it
there
was
was a recon
created.
about that.
It was created by Dala's remaining Red Guards.
Yeah,
the fake Royal Guard.
Yeah, the ones that are on the cover of this book.
Yeah. Oh, I guess at least they are fake, so it makes sense.
Yeah, they're fake. These even like I remember the new Central Chronology and even the original. They established. Oh no, Kir Kanos was the last legitimate Royal Guard. Like those are just like stormtroopers and imposters that Dala
Nice.
promoted because she wanted her own Royal Guard.
Yeah.
That's
They
such a
are
dumb
not
thing to
trained.
do.
They are lame.
All
There's
hate
another
them.
one in
Yeah.
in the Union comic. He tries to assassinate Mara when she's picking a wedding dress, and she beats the shit out of him.
Nice. I'm looking forward to that.
I don't know if you're gonna love or hate that comic. I mean,
If it's just literally,
It's pretty hard to hate. It's
Probably
just
like-
kind of there.
it's probably like irrelevant slice of life stuff. But I'm almost,
Yeah.
I'd like to have that instead of whatever we have a lot of times here. So
I almost want to reread it honestly, but it's romance written by Michael Stackpole.
yeah,
It's almost
I'm gonna tie that
Attack of
in.
the Clone People.
I'm gonna tie that in probably with like the what was it called? The honeymoon
Judge's
like
Call.
Judge's Call and I don't know.
Oh,
I
that
think-
story is actually nice.
Survivor's
yeah,
Quest.
and Survivor's Quest. Like that's basically one. It seems
Trilogy?
like one big thing. Yeah, like almost.
Actually,
okay,
no, I don't think you can do that because Survivor's Quest has an ebook with it too, doesn't it?
Really?
Oh yeah,
Am I making
what's
that
it
up?
called? Something Deal. Dangerous
Oh.
Deal.
Okay, is
what's
it
it
connected to
called?
Survivor's Quest or is it like just random?
It is connected. It's about a unit of stormtroopers of the 501st Legion of the Empire of the Hand doing shit in the unknown regions, and those are
Okay.
characters that show up. Yeah, Fabi, thank you. Please make this big. Please enlarge.
Yeah,
this picture.
That's not something they deserved. Like,
This was
No.
made by was the artist Russian or Czech? Because either way I can see it in this artwork.
it looks quite Czech, yeah.
I mean, the Czech are
Alright.
also the ones who gave us, Czech Parker.
Best. All right, yeah. You wanna read your fucking stupid little?
I'm reading.
in the
I'm reading
Majesty
Asimov.
service.
No, I'm reading Isaac Asimov right now. I'm like almost 100 pages into Caverns of Steel, which is pretty fun.
The bad guy should hire more black people.
They do hire more women.
Thank
So-
God.
But Bond
Without-
is annoyed that the bad guy doesn't hire any disabled people in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
That would be actually be awesome if it's the scene of Bond fighting like the bad guy's henchmen, and it's like guys on like in like wheelchairs and stuff, and they're amputees. And Bond is there's a scene in a John Gardner novel. The bad guys, the henchmen are all women, and Bond is attacking with a bunch of like Navy SEALs or something, and he's shooting women down brutally, and he's slitting their wrists and like cutting their throats, and
Nice.
it's fucking awesome. Because
Sounds
you never
wonderful.
see that in a Bond
Which novel? Which novel? Which
I
novel?
watched the John Gardner book. I think it was Win, Lose, or Die.
I want to read that. I want to read that so bad now. That sounds amazing.
That's in the final. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Faber just wants women to die.
Read the Fleming originals. They are great. But yeah, that's a schlocky great scene. That's fun.
Nice. That sounds cool. Imagine if Dala was there.
That would be so nice. I have to read the next Gardener.
Yeah, you'd
book
have
as
your
well at some
disabled
point.
representation there.
Actually,
Brain
not even an
damage.
insult. Factually correct. Yeah. What was it called? Like the last one? The last one, Ghana?
The very last book?
Yeah.
No, I'm not on that last one. I'm on.
Oh.
So I read Broken Claw, which is fun. It's about the main villain is called Broken Claw Lee. He's half Native American, half Chinese, and he has like a deformed hand. That's why he's called Broken Claw, and it's very fun. He and Bond at the end,
Nice.
they are in like some weird like Native American ritual where you get tortured and you get like nails in your legs and shit, and it's fucking brutal and horrific and awesome.
Jesus Christ.
That's one of the good ones. Gardner's books fluctuate between good, bad, but that's a good one. Next one is The Man from Barbarossa, which is bad if we go by the pattern. And then after that is the fucking what is the next one? Death is Forever, and then Never Send Flowers, then Sea Fire, and then Cold. And those are the ones that are coming out in German now.
Yeah, I think Cold even dropped already, right?
No. What
Was it
already
pre-order?
dropped? Death is Forever came out like a month ago or two.
Yeah.
And then the one that's coming out this month is Never Send Flowers.
Okay, I guess.
And then later this year we get Operation Seafire, and Cold is just Cult. Which, by the way, that's not a pun on the Cold War. Apparently, there is an organization called Cold in it,
Huh.
Okay,
which is
that-
retarded.
Yeah, I would have also just like
Yeah.
something.
Oh, speaking of Win, Lose or Die, if you want to read it, Fabi, the first chapter, like the opening action scene, is awesome because it's our main villain. It's a new organization, and the first scene, like their introduction, is literally them being incompetent. Like they are training for like an operation where they're gonna take over an American or like something like a ship, and all of them get killed. And then the chapter ends saying this was just a test. The next one is gonna be successful. And it's like great way to open a book, show our bad guys being incompetent at everything.
I hate that so much. It's
Yeah.
It's such a way to undersell your book. And like I don't even want to read. Why would I want to read?
It's a
And
great
especially if
thing.
somebody's
Star
got-
Wars would never do that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna kill off like semi-important characters. If the villains are all stupid, like that's not really something I'm appreciative of. But yeah.
I'm okay. I may drop in later. I guess you're gonna be here in the next 5 hours still.
Gonna try. I only have 4 hours left in this. No, like 3 hours left in this month or something. So I'm gonna.
Holy shit! Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know there was a time limit on StreamYard.
Yeah, I got the warning. Weirdly enough, 20
Wow.
hours for 1 month, if you're free. Yeah.
I think I'm also free. I've never gotten this warning. That's bizarre.
Yeah, same. Well, perhaps you never streamed like that much that you ever got close. That's probably it.
All right, but I mean, at least I warmed
Yep.
up to this picture and this name. Just this
What?
Matt Wilkins reaction. You know,
Yeah, if like this was.
we need another Matt like face with a designated words to it. Oh, obviously they were kids would be another one.
Yeah, that's true. They were kids. All right. Gonna fucking. You're on Hoth
Alright.
now, Noah. You're gonna miss the best part.
I'm happy about that. See you guys later.
See ya.
The
bye-bye.
Wampas have race gangs and like hoods.
Yeah. So, a foreshadowing I was talking about, coming back to the book. We hear for the first time that the Tauril are sort of constructing things in the wrong way. Because basically, as we know, they work as like one big collective mind. And obviously they have a pair of eyes each. And that's whenever they see something, like everyone gets distracted and wants to see what it exactly is. And like think about like, oh my god, what am I seeing? Like investigate it. And yeah, they completely constructed like an entire part of the Darksaber wrong. And the stupid thing is Lemilus is sort of scared to bring that up with Durga. Because like I think there was already like this is the first time he's like delays. And then he would like to like he fixes that, so this time it doesn't have an influence, but he's like, okay, yeah, I'm already feeling weird because I don't want to disappoint Durga because it's just gonna kill me. I'm a prisoner here. But he's afraid to bring it up, and it's like, I mean, I get you don't want to insult him, but if the things are those are
I
what
can't build your laser because the things aren't doing it properly.
like they're getting distracted, and it's like I mean Durga knows how they work, so he knows that they get distracted and they all harp onto one thing. It's like, hey, I need something here because they just start doing stuff incorrectly because they don't focus as much on the work anymore. But that never happens, and yeah, we'll get the prize for that. Yep, that was a pretty unsatisfying chapter. 28, yeah, Luke and Chris are now hot. They recently, they see that recently a ship landed there, and so they go back to Echo Base and investigate it. And there's a bunch of guys there, so apparently like an ex-stormtrooper who's offering like hunting trips for people. And there was like I tried to like 2 Cathar hunters, like they're basically there, a baron or something, and his servant, and they basically have been like their ship was destroyed by wampas, they say, because like wampa fur is really valuable. And that's why rich people go there to hunt for it. I found it weird that like Burke, who is an Imperial deserter, does not know who Luke is.
That's very strange.
I mean, at some point they find out who Luke Skywalker is, and I guess if you want to say, "Oh, Duel doesn't know," I still think it's stupid. But you have more of a case. But an Imperial deserter should know who Luke Skywalker is, I feel like. I mean, it's not like it's relevant. That's a lot of. It's so unfortunate, but that's a part of a lot of my criticism. It's always like this is a problem, logical problem, but it has no influence on anything, and it almost feels pointless to point it out. And it's every second criticism is that, and I don't like having to say stuff like that, but it is what it is. Yeah, basically that's that. And we get introduced to the leader of the Wampa pack, who mysteriously has only one arm. So it's
Yeah.
so it's pretty obvious that it's remember Empire Strikes Back,
Remember the
guys?
OT, guys? Remember?
Remember?
those days.
Yeah, so I mean, it's obviously the Wampa that Luke found in, like that Luke was kidnapped by in Empire Strikes Back. I didn't get the impression that Wampas were pack animals to begin with. I mean, okay, I guess we didn't get anything about Wampas, but it was a single Wampa attacking another pack. So that is already something, not quite fitting. And I'm sorry, like, I'm willing to suspend my disbelief with a lot of stuff in the Star Wars universe because obviously it's science fiction, it's not real, I get it. But crippled predators would be killed by
Yeah.
a rival immediately because, like, experience or something. I mean, it's a fucking unsentient living being, but this does not mean nothing. Like, pure physical strength, he is weaker because he has one arm less. That makes a lot. Like, imagine you're boxing against somebody who only has one arm. Like, you can hold his one arm or block with one arm, and you have 3 punches with the other one. And now imagine you have huge fucking paws, and you can kill somebody with it. Like, yeah, that stupid one. But and I don't think the part is particularly funny. I guess the atmosphere, like Matt said that the atmosphere is like aliens, like it's the xenomorphs, clawing.
Really? And also another thing about that attack. The Wampa should be able to get in fairly easily, given how much the base was damaged during the battle for Hoth. Like, snowtroopers were coming through the roof, and the tunnels were collapsing inside Echo Base.
That's true. Yep. The only reason they didn't apparently was, I mean, they had like self-shooting turrets. That was their defense, and Luke and Callista disabled those because they targeted them. And yeah, they are just apparently they just dug their way through the snow. It's also weird. Like, the rebels were there for quite a while on Hoth. Is there a reason why the Wampas didn't attack them at that point? I mean, or they should probably try it all the time. I mean, okay, I guess they had the automatic turrets there, but Yeah, and you're correct. Obviously, like I know the defenses, like there should be openings everywhere to the tunnel, but
I also
Uh,
don't agree with the purpose of coming here in the first place.
yeah,
Oh
because
wait.
Obi-Wan
yeah,
showing up, okay, and
yeah, yeah, because obviously I think we didn't quite mention that. So basically, Luke wants to find a way to get Callista's force abilities back, and he basically concludes that he tried to give her like good memories of her own past. That's why he went to the meteor, and now he's trying to basically take her along on his force journey. That's why he went to Dagobah. That's why he went to
Dagobah makes
now
sense. I think
Dagobah. You can
Hoth.
at
I
least
don't
argue,
agree.
yeah, Dagobah. You can sort
Like,
of
why wouldn't
at
you go to
least
Ossus or
see.
something?
That's immediately as somebody who is like sort of famously now references Dark Empire a lot and also disrespects it all the time. Why don't you go on a planet that is sort of known for being quite important, especially to those people? Like, go to Ossus. Like, this is the former Jedi planet. You may as well just see. Like, but Hoth, yeah, okay, I guess Obi-Wan's ghost came there. Yeah, he could have come up literally anywhere. Uh, is he going on the ship from Truce at Bakura, where Obi-Wan also appears to Luke? I don't think he's gonna go to the ship because, of course, that's stupid. Makes no sense. And Hoth, yeah, it's basically a pointless little nothing. Yeah, chapter 29. Yeah, Zulama. So there are like Zulama apparently has like ties to former Imperials. Or like to Imperials in general. That's why he can find a computer cores. That's basically what he's supposed to do. And they are brought to Nar Shaddaa, and Lemelis is gonna go there because he's supposed to look over them and like see if they are functional. He says he can't go there. And because he's scared because the Toro will probably fuck up again and construct the Death Star, incorrectly again, or like the Darksaber, I guess. But he's still like he doesn't say it, and I mean it's not a particularly offensive thing to say that. I mean, Durga should know. Like, yeah, it's sort of. I mean, what's gonna happen when you don't tell him? He's still gonna kill you if it doesn't work, and he doesn't even know why. At least you have a chance to tell him, like, hey, there's a sort of thing with this species going on. No, he doesn't do it. Oh yeah, we have, and we have another flashback of Lemelisk, how Vader disposed basically of like two workers who have been like the most incompetent, basically to get the others to work harder, and it's pretty gory. So it's like I tried to translate it from German. They slowly release spit, a crack sound, and the spit turns red, and the eyes roll out of their sockets like rotten fruit.
Ah,
Okay, wow,
Jesus.
this is
Troy
so Kevin.
Denning.
This is so Kevin. Like the most parts of the book aren't that, and at the random point, like you don't see it coming. It's just unbelievably gory for a reason, I suppose. Yeah, but that was the chapter. Yeah, we're getting now into the shorter ones. Chapter 30. Wedge and Qui are on another trip, this time to Nar Shaddaa. Yay. Apparently, that's something new now. Qui was brainwashed as a child. Look, if you need to change what exactly is the deal with Cuisac so many times, perhaps she just does not work. Like, just give it up. Fucking hell. I can't see anyone being like, oh yeah, Cuisac's like, this is the character I want more of, and I specifically all of the interactions that Wedge Antilles ever has and appearances are all gonna be connected to her. If they were both functioning characters, you could make that. Not if she isn't. Yeah, okay. Another foreshadowing. She sees Lemelisk, so obviously, I mean, they work together on the Death Star. Wedge doesn't believe her and says, even if he was, what about it? The Maw is no threat anymore. He's still he's a
the
criminal.
only man in the galaxy that can rebuild the Death Sure.
Yeah. He's like, oh, you should care. Like, have a look. What's the worst that can happen? You find out he isn't that.
You
Okay.
You just happen to see him walking around
Yeah.
on
Like,
Nar Shaddaa. Like, it's a
oh, whatever. He's not a
pretty big
threat
face.
anymore.
You may as well grab him.
Yeah. Like, and people die all the time on Nar Shaddaa. Like, it even got explained as like, yeah, basically all. Like I think Medine pointed that out or something. I was not sure if that was Medine. Like, somewhere it got pointed out. Like, yeah, basically all property on Nar Shaddaa is off limits anyway. So you entering anything is always illegal, and you don't even really have to care. It's like, yeah, that's what I expect from a planet of Nar Shaddaa, and I also expect like people just randomly getting shot there all the time.
Yeah, the
And
cops only really care if you're like somehow rich.
that's yeah. If you're having trouble with the huts, that's probably when they're gonna interfere. Otherwise,
Yeah.
if you just kill each other, like, who's gonna care? Yeah, but oh well. Apparently, he's not a threat. He's not a criminal, I guess. Sure, whatever. Yeah, and Lemilus examines the cores that Zulama is found, and they are crap, but they can be modified to work better. Second, yeah, but I think like by the point that they told like the Tauril are misconstructing the Darksaber, you could already tell like, oh, okay, yeah, this was the fate. Chapter 31. Nothing much to say. Chewie and R2 are a bit alone. They want to find out more about Durga. They go just to a hacker and pay him. They find out that he has connections to Zulama and he bought computer cores. Yep, that's how they sort of slowly make the connection that there's something between the Hutts and the Empire. Yep, and I liked how Nar Shaddaa is described. It seems like a fucked up place, which I exactly imagine Nar Shaddaa to be. Chapter 32, also, that was quite an excellent chapter. We get the backstory of Krix Medine. He was not like X-Wing pilots were a lot of times. He was not a low-ranking, just a nobody at the Imperial Academy, but he was actually a pretty high-ranking military officer. He got praised. He was really sold on the Empire. He, even the Emperor, I think, personally thanked him for his allegiance to the Empire and how diligent he was in his work. So okay, yeah, I like that he has quite a different background than others have. He had a fiance called Kareo. She was basically like himself, an Imperial zealot. And yet he already always believed like he did things that would shock even her. Like he unleashed, like Medine is responsible for unleashing the deadly Kandorian pest onto a world that was an uprising, Dental. Yep, that was proper fucked up, and that was what made him wish to desert. He just picked up as much information as he could, took a ship, and flew away, trying to make contact with the Alliance. And yeah, he wanted to tell Kareo, but he didn't want to expose her. Like, either try to risk her by if she wouldn't tell anyone where he was, risking her being found guilty of being a traitor, or him, or of course him actually being prosecuted if she were to persecuted if she were to give the information further. So it's like, I hope one day I can find her. She should probably know by now. Like at some point she'll understand probably, and she'll know. But yeah, and then we get a little time skip at the reconquest of Coruscant. He found out that she was killed there. She was like one of the many civilian deaths that died there, and he was like, he dealt with that a long time ago, that he accepted her and him were not going to be a thing, but he seemed like he genuinely loved her, and he was sad that she died because she was just misguided basically as a person. And that I really liked that chapter. That was a pretty nice introduction to Chris Medine. He will now fly. So back in the present, he will now fly an A-wing to basically check out what the Darksaber is, because Durga started his ship. So the ship he put he put a tracking device on. Of course, the ship is gonna go back to the Darksaber. Himself and 2 other guys called Trendia and Koren will be on an A-wing and basically see what's going on. Yeah, that's all there's to say about that chapter. It's pretty awesome, actually. Chapter 33. We're back on Hoth.
Of course.
More Wampers. Yeah, I wondered whether it would tie into the main story in any meaningful way. I knew what the answer was, but I was sort of coping because I liked parts of the book. Yeah, one of the Cathar gets like torn apart. Okay.
Shiva Liba.
Yeah, the Baron, like the Baron sends his like assistant because he's not really doing anything. He's sending him back into the weapon storage to search for something, like to search for weapons or ammunition. He just hears a yell, and I think it even said like how he's gonna be sent back to his creator. Okay, Jesus Christ.
What?
Yeah, the assistant of the Baron. That's what his fate is. Yeah, they are banging against the entrance. And it seems as though, because, if you think they are wild animals, you think they're just banging against the door because they saw them walking in there. But no, this was apparently to create a diversion, to make so much noise that they wouldn't hear them digging through the snow. I'm not a fan of the Wampus being so sentient. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I always imagined them as being like more normal nomad wild animals.
Yeah, like, perhaps like a bear, like not stupid. Smart for an animal, but an animal still. That's like, that this is like a tactic almost. Like, it seems as though they're actual. It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. The other Cathar dies. Burke dies. The Baron, like all of them die. They get torn apart and whatever.
Shiba Liba.
And Luke never uses a force push against any of the Wampas. Like, he could have probably saved a lot of them. He doesn't, so now they're dead. And I wondered, like, how... We also never get a sense of how many there are, because they are killing them by the dozens, it seems. But there's always more coming. Whatever. Oh, yeah, and Luke has, like, his weird little scene when he killed the one-armed Wampa. I thought I killed you a long time ago. Like, really reverent, as if this was, like, a respectable opponent.
It's the second Darth Vader.
Yeah. And I just wrote, like, it's an albino Bigfoot. Like, calm down, dude. It's not... Whatever. It's not like, I don't know, as if this was the most relevant thing in existence, but oh well. Apparently it's really, really important. Chapter 35. Oh yeah. Durga, apparently, I didn't quite understand what it was. I just called it the magic conch from SpongeBob, because it's literally that they can just ask this thing everything and it's gonna tell them.
I think it's 34, not 35.
34. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and is it an actual, like, it's like a clam or something? I'm not sure what it was. Like a weird thingy that knows everything apparently, and it actually delivers accurate information. So, yeah, yeah. Darla apparently is building up ships and recruiting more troops, even women and non-humans.
Yeah, so how that doing such a thing like reforming a doctrine, reforming a constitution, doing such a drastic change and recruiting entire recruiting people often takes a few weeks to a month to maybe even a year.
Yeah,
it's not instant. You don't just immediately get new employees.
The basic training in the army is like 12 months, and
Yeah.
like, okay, if you conscript them for an invasion, I guess perhaps like
A few months.
at least a few months still. Yeah, it's once again, Pico, what you said. You have no feeling of time in this book. And the way it's written, like, if you don't make any specific reference to the time, you're always just gonna assume it's a few days. At least, like, perhaps. But, yeah. And, yeah, especially, like, if you... Aren't there like quite a few Imperials who actually buy into the human supremacy stuff?
Yeah.
Like, if that's such a big
And
deal in the
another
Empire.
thing about the women, in Heir to the Empire, it's already mentioned that the Empire has started hiring women.
Yeah, but we know that Kevin doesn't care about the Throne trilogy, so
Yeah, he doesn't care about continuity.
yeah. But still, yeah, if you make such a drastic reform, it seems as though it's drastic. I think wouldn't quite a sizable amount of soldiers be like, yeah, wait, no. What even is the Empire if like everyone's sort of, accepted anyway? Like, is that sort of the deal of the Empire? No, apparently now it's not, and people don't really care. Okay. Chapter 35. Yeah, apparently Darla plans to construct all sorts of new weapons, including new Death Stars. I mean, thank God she doesn't actually do that. Yeah. Darla, we know that. She has an Imperial Guard with her. Yeah. The Nightwing apparently is, I mean, obviously it's gigantic. It's a Super Star Destroyer, but...
Nightwing? I hammer.
Oh,
You
yeah,
said
my bad.
Nightwing.
Nightwing. Yeah, I wrote down Nightwing. It's Nighthammer. Well,
Ugh.
yeah. But, yeah, apparently it leads a pretty little crew because the controls are fully automated. That sounds like something that should probably be on every Super Star Destroyer. I don't know if it is. Probably
It's not.
Like, it sounds like you can, save quite a bit of manpower with that.
It's because droid brains aren't as reliable. And,
Obviously, yeah, but
stuff like
it's
that.
viewed as like an advantage in this. That's the way it's described. Oh yeah, we don't need so many. It's like fully automated. It sounds as though that's a good thing almost. So, yeah. Oh yeah. Let's quote Pelion a bit, shall we? This time you have a strong fleet, Admiral, Pelion said. Darla yells, "I won't waste it this time." Like at him, like with a flash in her eyes, and she's banging her fist on the table. Yep, as professional as I remember Darla to be. Oh yeah, Darla explicitly mentions to Pelion that her plan is to destroy Coruscant at some point. Pelion, of course, being a respectable Imperial who actually just wants to retake it, says like he'd prefer not to do that. She again says that she will do, and that's it. Like, that sounds like meaningful conflict. Like, do we even want the same thing? You seem hellbent on destroying everything in your path. I actually want the Empire to be restored in its former glory, and I don't want to destroy all of Coruscant. Well, yeah. Now we get their plan. They will attack Yavin 4 and slaughter the Jedi. And I wonder how this hasn't happened already, like 6 times. Because the whole galaxy knows that Yavin 4 is the place where Jedi are trained. And there's nobody there. Like, it's only the Jedi, as set up masterfully by Kevin J. Anderson. So, the Jedi should be dead, like, 10 years already. But, oh well. Yeah, and I conclude like, oh yeah, okay, so they're fucked now. Like, what are they gonna do? There's nothing left. Like, but, as we know, stuff will happen. Yeah, chapter 36. So now, Cobb and Dosk 81, they are in the deep core. And they find Darla's factories. I wondered, like, how in the hell are, like, 2 random schizos just walking around there and finding all of this stuff out when probably there should be a bunch of New Republic spies, perhaps, running around Imperial worlds and trying to find out what's going on. Well, no. They are the ones to find out.
There. It's fine.
It's fine, yeah. I mean, we never saw that before. Like, Jedi being spies. That's new. Yep. Like I said, like this place needs to be infested with NR spies. It's not. Yeah. So Kip and Dosk 81, they actually successfully sneak on the ship where Darla is on without getting their papers controlled. That's also sort of stupidity again by Darla. When Kip sees Darla, he's like yelling uncontrollably. Like, he's like, oh my god, that's Darla. Like, everyone looks at him, and Dosk 81 is like, Jesus, like, calm down. And it's like, no, it's Darla, fuck. and then it's like, hey, wait, what's going on with you guys? Like, show me your papers. It's like, oh yeah, wait, we're not supposed to be here, and then they have to escape. I called Kip a low IQ incest product because that's exactly what he is. Like, he yells uncontrolled for no reason, and that's why they get found out. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stormtroopers where they are there because Darla, of course, gave her speech, and they are all armed,
Yeah.
and there's a panic because Kip and Dosk are pulling out their lightsabers. If they
That should be dead.
They should, like, I mean, okay, the prequels came out later, but do you remember like how little
Yeah.
clone troopers it took to take out Ki-Adi-Mundi?
But
Like-
that was, they also had the ambush advantage. But like, imagine you're setting in an entire courtyard surrounded by stormtroopers,
Yeah,
hundreds, maybe
shooting.
even thousands of them, and all of them are armed with at least like a blaster pistol.
yes,
And these two just graduated.
Yep,
yes.
they're not better than Ki-Adi-Mundi.
No, definitely not. Yeah, it's like, okay, perhaps a few of you will die, but like you're Imperial soldiers, you have a bit of
So it's a
etiquette.
price I'm willing to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm gonna die honorably from my Emperor and from my new leader, and I'm gonna kill 2 Jedi. No, they get away. Of course, again, no tractor beams because tractor beams are not a thing.
Yeah, they're gay.
They are really, really gay. You don't want to ever
Like
use
double
them.
gay.
They are like so useful. You can't.
Nobody
use
wants
them.
to use them. Why
Yeah.
would you? Why would you use them? Why would you ever use them? You'd never need them anyway. That's why you don't put guards anywhere.
Exactly. I mean,
Nobody would bother attacking.
nobody would be so stupid to infiltrate an Imperial, Star Destroyer. So, of course, why would you defend yourself? Logic, yeah. Yeah. So, chapter 37, we basically get another flashback from Medine's POV. He had a conflict with Mon Mothma. So, when they found out that the second Death Star was actually like personally inspected by the Emperor and that he was on it, Medine immediately went to Mon Mothma and said that we need to attack now. Like, we need to attack yesterday because this is our chance. Mon Mothma was aghast with the insinuation that they would do that because
Oh.
they don't want to kill political leaders.
Oh my god! I sighed so hard when I heard that in the audiobook.
Yeah.
Because what?
do you-
You're
what
the
do you think-
rebellion. What do you think you do?
What do you think Tarkin was? Was Tarkin just was he sort of a politician, perhaps? You definitely kill politicians. Shut up.
He was an imperial leader,
Yeah.
or like a imperial army leader.
Yeah, but
You
He's
can
a-
kill
he's a Grand
soldiers, but you
Moff.
can't kill like the emperor of the entire empire.
yeah, it's like it's like the meme that people make about like The Last of Us 2 or like all these stupid video games where like you kill everyone up to the ending, and it's like, no, if I were to kill you, I would stoop down to your level. I'm gonna go home now. Like, you killed millions of people at this point, who arguably deserved it less than the Emperor.
Same thing in The Force Unleashed. You kill all these random stormtroopers, random whatevers.
Hmm.
But of course, Starkiller is gonna spare the emperor because
Mm.
it's not the right way, boy.
Yeah, there is such a thing as self-defense, and it's appropriate for Jedi to use it. I'm sorry, like this. Of course, like minimal force, all that's fine. And even for the good guys, generally, of course, you don't want to just be murderous, but this is a planet-destroying super laser with the evil Uber dictator who kills people mercilessly, and you don't want to attack because you apparently don't kill political leaders.
Sure,
Fucking
buddy.
Jesus Christ, yeah, that's so stupid. And I mean, yeah, and I also refer to Kipton, like, I mean, a guy wiped out the solar system, arguably with
Yeah.
its entire
Mhm.
political
And the
system,
New Republic isn't a court, as we all know.
as we all know. And there was rumblings in the New Republic that people liked that, because that's relevant, I guess.
Therefore, it's okay.
Yeah, it's like, you want to tell me that this faction wasn't okay with killing the Emperor?
The rebellion wasn't okay with defeating the empire.
Yeah. And
That's too easy.
Medine,
Yeah.
and of course Medine is smart, as like he insists on doing that, and she really doesn't want to do it. Like Mon Mothma is really pissed.
But she's really stupid, so that makes it checks out, honestly.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Mon Mothma's a fucking cunt, and she's so retarded. Yeah. I guess it's in character. Yeah, another wonderful self-aware quote by Medina, I think this time again in the present. Another tyrant with a super weapon. He had a feeling it would never stop. Look, like I said, it's not smart if you make fun of yourself, but you still make all of the mistakes that you make fun of. Sorry, I don't give you a point for that. Oh yeah, Koren dies from an asteroid. Okay. Trandia feels like guilty because she was like Medine ordered her to take the lead, like flying. And Medine basically, like when she expresses her guilt, is like, no, so I am guilty basically for giving you the order. And then the chief of state again would also be guilty for sending us here, and the Huts would be guilty for building all of this. Like, focus on the mission. It's all good. Just do it for now. I was like, okay, but I see that works for somebody like Medina, like that. Chapter 38. Oh yeah, Luke and Callista escaped now. Yeah, look at this. Look at the pimp and the... It's actually true. It's actually fucking true. Look at... She's a pimp. She's a useless idiot who doesn't want to kill the Emperor, but countless, like millions of innocent people on the Death Star. She sends her war heroes to death explicitly so that they die. This is the picture of a woman who knows she's bullshitting everyone, and she gets away.
Fake it till you make it. Mon Mothma.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, that's what we know. That's what Matt loves about Darla and Legacy of the Force. It's because she's so bad she failed upwards.
But you know who's a good leader? Who just wants to save people? Who's a heartwarming, people-loving hero of the galaxy?
He reunited a father and his son.
Yeah.
Yeah. He cares for order, for structure, for people
stability, competency.
Yeah, like
he would have never fucked Darla.
That is a point in his favor, honestly.
Apparently, he fucked Roganda.
I don't like that. I think it's weird because to just have him be.
He should not be sexually active. Period.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's okay if he is not. I don't need Sauron to be sexually active, or Lord Voldemort, or I guess Voldemort was somewhat, but you know, it's fine. Not everyone needs to be a creepy sex pervert. Yeah, that's that. Oh yeah, chapter 38. So yeah, Luke and Callista escaped from Hoth. I also found it weird that their ship apparently was like opened by the... However that works, because of course it's closed. So like, what are they gonna... They can't stick their claws or their paws in there to pull out the, you know, the ramp. So how exactly did the Wampus enter? I don't know. They apparently destroyed like basically everything. So now in chapter 38 they are just stuck in space. They can't do anything. Luke does a trance. You know, he's in a trance and he tries to contact Leia through the Force, like he did in Empire Strikes Back. Nothing to say. 39. Yeah, Wedge does care for Luke. He's like very... Like, I think they find him. No, exactly. Yeah, Leia hears his call, and Wedge is like immediately, okay, yeah, we need to go there right now. If Luke is in danger, we need to go there. I like that he cares. Yeah, they don't yet want to act on the knowledge. Yeah, so they didn't want to yet act on the knowledge about like what Darla and Durga are up to, because they want to wait like until Medine says something. I don't know. I was like, okay, it makes sense that you don't want to do that for Durga yet, because that's the mission that he's currently at. But Darla is something different altogether, so you probably should do something. Perhaps like attack them preemptively or something. I don't know, but yeah. Oh yeah, but Darla's the thing now. Yep. Oh yeah. Funny thing. So Luke's ship flies through space like a Flying Dutchman. That's what the book said in German.
I
I don't
don't
know.
think that's what it said in English.
Yeah, so it said like Fliegender Holländer, which legit means like Flying Dutchman. So, and also the character from SpongeBob is Fliegender Holländer, the green ghost. Yeah, but I mean we talked about this, like regular words for Star Wars, like especially there are no Dutchmen in the in the Star Wars universe. So
The Flying
Oh, wait.
Corellian.
yeah, even something like that. I gotta point this out, like actually that there are apparently Dutch people in the Star Wars universe, because somebody mentioned like Portuguese people are also
Yep,
mentioned.
that is
and
correct. Portugal is mentioned in the Lando books.
Like Portugal or Portuguese?
It was a Portuguese man o' war, which is a type of jellyfish.
Oh.
and the we in Yoda Dark Rendezvous, he has a French name, and his family home is also called Chateau Malraux. So yep, French is a thing also. Yeah. So chapter 40. Tarkin doesn't travel with guards because he likes to move more freely and spy on his soldiers. That sounds so stupid. I'm sorry.
Spy on his soldiers.
Yeah, like to see what you can still do that and be accompanied by whatever.
It's probably easier if you have guards because you can send them out and get into them.
Yeah. But Tarkin is stupid now as well. Yes, so the ship that I think Lemelisk, Tarkin, and Akbar, as the pilot, are on, gets like randomly attacked by Y-wings. Akbar lowered the shields basically for us to like get attacked more easily. I don't get exactly how the ship doesn't fall apart immediately because there are literally no shields, and they are attacked. So yeah, and Tarkin doesn't kill him, so that's also something. Lemelisk and Tarkin escape in an escape pod. There is like a couple of Y-wings there. A Star Destroyer is coming up, but it's not yet quite in reach. That's how they get saved. But they could have killed Grand Moff Tarkin that moment, and they just didn't.
The New Republic doesn't assassinate politicians.
That's true. And if you're in the military and you happen to somewhat have the ways of a politician, oh well, that means you're safe now. They could literally they could have ascended Darth Vader to be like, I don't know, Vice Emperor or something, like officially, and that's, oh yeah, okay, we also now can't kill Darth Vader. He's gonna murder us with his red glowy stick, but we can't kill him, he's a political leader. Well, yeah. An Imperial Star Destroyer appears, so that's what I said, because Admiral Motti is someone he decided to protect Tarkin, though he didn't ask for it. Okay. I guess. The rebels make a point of shooting the ship apart, even though Tarkin isn't on there. But they don't shoot at the escape pod. Like, isn't an escape pod basically like flying an exact straight line?
Yeah.
Isn't that what proton torpedoes are made for? Basically, like, just shoot it. It's not gonna move. It's just moving in a straight line, and you can perfectly angle your shot. You have all the time in the world. Nope, not happening. Yeah, and now the Tauril on the Darksaber, back in the present again. They were distracted by the lights, basically, of Medine's ship, and the cores. Obviously, they are stupid. So, yeah. The Darksaber destruction is now basically fully set up. Well, I don't feel any real excitement for villains being stupid, but we've had that already. So, chapter 41. Medine is able to exploit the construction mistakes of the Toro, basically to enter the station with the spacesuit. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's good. But yeah, this was the part where for me, like, the book really fell apart totally.
Oh yeah.
So Maydeen, okay. So Trendia. So basically, they try to. I think they try to detonate bombs, or like something goes wrong, and they don't quite. What was it? I think they're like cutting through a cable or something. And nice, yeah, I like this one.
It's Admiral Mati.
Mochi. Oh, that's Mochi. Ah, okay. I guess that makes sense. See, he's smart. No, but what was it exactly? Yeah, I think they're like cutting through a cable, and it basically sets off the alarm. And now they have to do it quickly, basically everything. So, or was it that? Yeah, and I think like okay, Medine wants to hide. Basically, like there's lights that are not working, so Medine can like hide in the shadows. And Trendia, like the other surviving soldier, she should know that probably and hide. It doesn't seem as though she wasn't able to hide, but then she just like she yells, she wants to distract the guards of Durga so that Medine can escape. She detonates the bombs that they planted there at I think it was the engines, basically. The engines were not destroyed. Medine like runs back. They put off their space suits because like at some point they entered a space where there was an atmosphere and air, and they could move better without. That was also weird. Like Medine went back, then he lost orientation. He forgot where they hid their suits, and then he's captured. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Like, he lost orientation and he forgot where they hid their suits. And the other soldier is like just killing herself basically for no reason. Yeah, I had weird feelings. I was like, please make the NR come back in time. But I sort of knew what would happen, so yeah. Yeah. So comedy scene in chapter 42 again. So Durga wanted to basically execute the guy who's responsible for security. Then he presses like a button, which is like supposed to burn the people who are sitting at the chairs, and he burns the wrong one. You can have
Let this
comedy.
be a warning. Let's be.
You can have comedy and not have everyone behave like idiots. It's fine. It's possible to do that.
I'm laughing because that's funny and just stupid to include in the story.
So stupid. Yeah, it's actually super. Yeah. Lemelisk, obviously he sees that and he has like a Vietnam flashback on how many times and in which ways he was executed by the Emperor. I was like, okay, it happened like once, but no, he was repeatedly executed.
7 times, right?
And I think so, yeah.
At one point, I would just hand in my resignation form to the Emperor.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, at some point I'm like,
kill
okay.
me, leave me dead, please.
Yeah. No, he was thrown into space once. He was bathed in molten copper. He was put in a room with acidic gas until his lungs fell apart and he spit out blood. Explicitly, that's... Apparently the Emperor must love him because the fact that he just doesn't actually kill him and replace him means like, oh, okay, he's the big deal, apparently. Yeah. Medine sends a signal with like he basically has something built into his body. He's sending a distress signal to basically every New Republic ship facility there is, more or less. And General Zulama is the one who recognizes him actually. And Medine gives like his backstory on like he was just like I think he was like just like some irrelevant soldier who got repeatedly like weeded out and sent to progressively worse like places. And this massacre of Mendicat that Zulama always praised himself for, it's apparently just I think he was like controlling some mine. I think it was a mining station or something. And I'm not sure if he steered the station into the sun or if he just like he controlled it the wrong way and everyone but him died. Okay. But yeah, we get that later, but I just wanted to get that out of the way now. That's basically Zulama's shtick. Because in chapter 43 we are back again with Dorsk 81 and Kip. He wants to warn Com about the incoming attack. Like, tell them, maybe you should try to defend yourself. They seem to be, like, convinced that they can't be harmed.
Com has always remained neutral in these galactic conflicts, and we've never had problems before.
Wait, what has always been involved in galactic conquests? Conflict.
Com is the Dorsk 81's.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Switzerland has an army. I can't imagine the last time Switzerland was in a war.
I believe
Or
they
like
have
a
an army
personal
and
defense force or cops or whatever.
Yeah, like anything. Yeah, but no, they don't. And even, okay, I can almost get like, yeah, we never were part of a war, but he's like, no, but they're coming here. They know. You need to do something. They don't. Yep. And because Dorsk 81 is from Com, they saw him on the Imperial ship. That's why they know that he's from the planet, and that's the first target that they're gonna attack right now. What was the name? Kronos or something? Yeah, the guy, he says like the planet can't be neutral anymore if there are Jedi there.
Yeah, so it's actually their fault. That's nice.
Cool.
That's a good idea.
Nice.
It's refreshing.
Attack.
It's okay if you have fanatics in your empire, but if that's like basically, I don't know. It's so underwhelming.
Just making it Kip and Dorsk's fault that Combe gets massacred is.
That's actually true. Yeah.
It's a choice. It's definitely one of the choices.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I would say the wrong guy gets this comeuppance because the guy who is responsible for it actually survives.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, but the Com very predictably gets slaughtered. The clone factory is destroyed.
Oh no!
I have no fucking idea what even will happen to this planet now. If it's gonna be a thing, even.
I think it's just Dorsk 82 left, and he becomes a Jedi as well.
Oh, okay, I guess. I don't. It would sound. It maybe gives off the wrong vibe if I say I don't feel that sorry for them. I mean, somewhat, of course, I do, but I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, it's a choice to make. I don't like it. Yeah, and oh yeah, the Imperials are right back to slaughtering defenseless civilians again. Been a while.
Yep.
I miss when the Empire is just that. It's so cool. Chapter 44, really nothing to say. Akbar goes to Yavin 4. Wedge is going to go to Hoth. Only thing I thought it was noteworthy, but it didn't have any influence, is that it didn't seem like there were any ships now left at Nal Hutta, but Han and Leia still seem to be there. So they were basically left alone, seems like. It has no influence because it's not written to have any influence on the plot, but yeah. That's something. Chapter 50.
45.
Was it 40? Oh, did I just
You
skip?
skipped 5.
Perhaps that was something within me that just wanted to move on. Yeah, because I'm like on mobile, and sometimes I can't scroll up, so it looks like the pages that I found are finished, and I got like to the next one, and I didn't even register that. 45. Yeah, you're actually correct. Oh.
This is another base chapter because it has Pelion being like, wait a second, why doesn't this planet have any defenses? And I agree with that question. Why doesn't the planet of Yavin 4 have any defenses?
It's like, wait, that's stupid, isn't it? Like, I almost feel bad for slaughtering the Jedi now. Like, they're so stupid. I want to give them a chance to try it. Yep. Chapter 45. We have a nice little quote. The female officers, because now, of course, the big thing is that there's female officers. The female officers serve Pelion with even more devotion than the male ones. I made a crude guess why. Don't know if if this has the same intonation for you. I guess Pelion has his harem.
He's daddy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Daddy Pelion, getting all the girls.
Is that why they respect him?
No, canonically he has
so.
a wife at this point, or had a wife. I don't remember.
No prisoners. He has a girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, or whatever.
It's like I just remember the skit from Family Guy, where it's like about women's suffrage in like the 1920s, and it's like the women having a conference, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, we fought so hard for our right to vote. So if you go to the ballot, remember, like, who was it, Warren D. Hardin or something is like way the cutest. Ah! It's basically like this. Oh yeah, we're making a big deal that all these women are now there, and they serve Pelion with even more devotion. Okay, whatever. Yeah, Pelion. That was what I found weird about Pelion, is that he starts a ground assault. I just find a ground assault in this type of attack so unintuitive. Like, we know from Champions of the Force, when Fergan attacked, like, they have life form scans. They can see where, like, people are. That's how they found Anakin and Winter with ease. So they could, in theory, just do the same with the temple. And it wasn't the Empire at some point even on Yavin, so they should know where the temple is. I think. But yeah, and they should just bombard it. It's like they literally
Where are they
can't do anything.
gonna go?
They
have no
what did you
ships.
say?
I said,
You
where are they gonna go? They have no ships.
Yeah, but no. Okay. Oh yeah, we have a wonderful Dala quote again. Every single Jedi needed to be killed, and their burning corpses littered around the jungle.
What?
Just remember that this woman will at some point lead the Jedi.
Jesus Christ.
That's a nice picture. I like that one.
Yeah.
Yep. I hate that.
Every single Jedi needs to die?
Every single Jedi needed to be killed, and their burning corpses needed to be littered around the jungle.
What the fuck?
Okay? I hate her. I hate her so fucking much. I really hate her. Fuck, man. And yeah, she renames the Night Hammer into, in German, it was Jedi Hammer, so obviously it was just Night Hammer with the K for Jedi Knight. Okay. Cool. Moving on.
Oh man, because I didn't really understand it because I was listening to the audiobook. She was like, and now this will be called the Night Hammer. Because she already said it was the Night Hammer earlier. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, I guess that's sort of weird in the audiobook because it's pronounced the same. Yeah, like night as in day night, it's before, and then night as in Jedi Knight, it's afterwards. But in the German translation, it's even weirder because it's Jedi Hammer, and then in Planet of Twilight, it's again the Jedi Knight Hammer, basically. Yeah. Chapter 46. Yavin will have to be defended without Luke. That's basically a given at this point. We get quite a nice little appropriate uses of the Force here. Kuranati, throws rocks at the incoming TIE fighters. Streen catches them in the storms that he can create. Kip manages to just in the moment where a bomber wants to drop a proton torpedo, he basically immediately manages to push it back again. It's fine for now, yeah, but it's okay. Dorsk81 expresses how he feels. He basically feels as though he has a purpose for the first time in his life by being with other Jedi and defending the temple. It's also nice. Tion wanted to is supposed to contact the New Republic via the communication center. And I was like, what communication center? I don't know of a communication center on Yavin 4, because the Jedi Academy trilogy set up that there is no such thing. So, that's pretty disrespectful. I mean, it's such a smart setup by the Jedi Academy trilogy, and it's just thrown out for no reason. I don't know why. Yeah. Dusk 81 matches, so he charges basically his force. Like, he has a little moment where he just charges the force, and he destroys the cockpit of an ATST with the force. I didn't know what to think about that one. I was like, that one I can almost accept. I did think about Starkiller destroying a ATST in that way.
Even then, it's stupid.
Yeah. Oh well. Here's what it is. I mean, he seemed as though he exerted himself quite a bit there, because his whole body was like shaking after he did that. So okay. Oh, and yeah. This was funny, actually. I just read that. Yeah, who needs communication? That's a good name. I just there's a. I don't know if you saw that, Pico, like the streams that Chris Gore is doing every week, like the fake Star Wars trial, basically, where there's like a defense and a prosecution about if Disney murdered Star Wars. And there was like a guy who made fun of Darksaber with yeeting the ships out of the system. It was so funny because it was literally just something I read few like that day, basically, and it was immediately referenced. That was just fun. But yeah, so we have 17 Imperial class ships in the system, and they know like they can try to fight all the TIE fighter ways they want. It's not gonna help, really. They need to get rid of the Star Destroyers. So what they are gonna do is Dorsk 81 will be basically a focus of all the present Jedi, because, as it's mentioned again in the book, the Masasi Temple was created to be able to focus the Force, and they will he will use the Force that all of them lent him, basically, for the moment. So yeah, so I sort of like the way that they connected in that way, and that they can use the Force together. I guess I'm somewhat okay with that in principle. And he's like really building it up, and then he pushes the Star Destroyer to the edge of the system. And it's described like twigs in a typhoon burn through and also the computers and the engines get burned through. Apparently Dusk 81 was born like through the with the Force inside out. He looked as if he was fried in a pan. That seemed really inappropriate as a comparison, but it was one. His eyes now were only empty sockets. Okay. Yeah, and I was like, oh, if this was a thing connected to the way the temple is constructed, we should probably have like such a temple on every planet the New Republic is on, and even like put it on a ship, just so we can focus the Force. I don't think that's gonna happen, but who cares? Yeah, that's something that happened. So okay. Yeah, defending the planet that is obviously known for being a Jedi planet, not defending that with military is so stupid. And it was pure luck that they survived, basically. And if they legit don't have enough people to defend Yavin, maybe just go to Coruscant. It's also fine. But nope. Chapter 47. Oh yeah, apparently a big motivator of Darla is that she needs to blow off steam. She once had an easy life, and now she only has rage. And it usually
This character can't be fucking made up.
and it usually serves the Empire as she lets it out on the enemy.
There's no way this is a real Star Wars character.
I don't believe it. Like she just needs a look at this. Look at this. She only has rage left. That's her motivator.
Jesus Christ.
I am incredulous.
She just needs to blow off some steam.
Are there people who consider Darla like their favorite character? I actually want to know. But
Matt Wilkins thinks she's a good villain because she's not competent. Fucking hate when they're competent.
I mean, at least he's honest. I think others would try to argue that she is. At least it's like, yeah, she's stupid, but I like that.
Only book she's competent in, out of character competent in, is Revelation, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
Like it's very out of character how much people respect her.
Oh yeah. I agree. That's actually true. Look, just look at this motherfucker here. This or Grand Admiral Thrawn? Which way, Star Wars fan? Fucking hell, I'm so salty about this character. Yeah, Yavin is now attacked from orbit with the Nighthammer. And we still have a ground assault going on. So at some point, and we know that they find out where the main temple is. So at some point, they probably just Jesus. It looks like This looks like a weird MJ from Maguire's Spider-Man, like put in a uniform. Oh, no. Yeah. So at some point, people were like, "Oh yeah, here's the main construction. Like this is the temple, and we should have like the superstars should just focus on that. Like you have so many turrets." But no, she's just burning down the jungle. I really want to see how they put out the jungle fire that spread there. This must have been a fucking pain. And the entire planet is probably like burned to cinders. Oh well, okay. Chapter 48. This time Kronos gets attacked. Obviously by now that people know that this attack is going on, he's getting a bit of resistance. Apparently very crucial planets to all these planets are like really important. Like starships get constructed here, but there doesn't seem to be any defense to speak of. It's so I don't get it. I get resource shortage, but at some point you should probably like defend your core planets. And if there's all these really important planets, but they just get overrun, fucking hell. Yeah. Darla wants Cronus to destroy an old cultural museum for psychological purposes. Okay. She's gonna be the leader of this faction, by the way. Like,
look at how angry she looks.
This is her all the time.
She looks pissed.
Yeah. Oh, at the place where there is the cultural center, there's a diplomatic ship which has no weapons. It's unarmed, literally, and they know it. The ones on the diplomatic ship offer total capitulation without anything they want, and Cronus refuses and kills them. And he's like. Make it like, oh yeah, we have time now. Shoot them, like really shoot them apart. Okay. Nice, cool. I like my villains just being insane lunatics. Chapter 49. We are back on the Darksaber. We heard that Zulama BS this way. Oh, he's a technician. He's a technician. Even he's not even a real stormtrooper. He's just some dude. who BS'd his way through Imperial ranks. Apparently, he sat down on an electric chair now, which is irrelevant, but whatever. Yeah. Medine is like waiting for the New Republic to arrive. And basically in the last moment where Durga takes a blaster and points it like at him. It's like, any last words? And
Why doesn't he make one of his goons kill Maydeen?
I have no idea.
Because it feels so goofy to see like a hut with a gun.
Yeah.
And it goes against their culture as well, because they loathe doing anything. Their entire thing is like, yeah, if you just sit still, you're respectable. If you don't do anything, if you have people do stuff for you, you're awesome and cool and powerful.
Yep. That seems more in character. And like, okay, the burning, like the electric chair part, I guess that makes it, because it's just literally pushing a button. It's like with Jabba and the Rancor. Okay, whatever. Okay, yeah, he takes a blast in his hand. And he asks him like, any last words? In that moment, he sees the New Republic ships coming up. He says, not for you. And he gets killed.
Durga's like, oh, okay. Oh, that's a good one. Haven't heard that one before.
Well, that's creative. Boom, die, motherfucker. Now, I said about this one, in isolation, the death is good. It's well done. Not in the context here. The Darksaber is literally a weapon that doesn't work. The way that Medine was captured was stupid as fuck, and he dies for that. It's really disheartening. I thought he was like the second best part of the book up to this point, or up to the previous chapter with him. Oh well, no. We don't get more of him, he's dead now. Yep. Just moving on, chapter 50. This time, actually, chapter 50. Callista is still mad that she can't use the Force. Yeah. Like... Oh yeah, there's a weird scene. So the Millennium Falcon arrives at Yavin now. With Han, Luke, Leia, Chewie. Yeah, no, Lando wasn't in here. And, okay, Callista's on the ship as well. And the Night Hammer obviously is there. And, like, Han, that was something Han did. He was sending his ID signal, basically, like, to identify himself when he goes to Yavin. And the moment he saw, like, the Super Star Destroyer, he's, like, obviously shocked. And, Leia is, like, pointing out that he should stop sending the signal, and he's, like, embarrassed about it. Han is a good pilot. He did this thing like for quite some time. Okay, whatever. Darla still doesn't know what a tractor beam is, of course, because she doesn't catch the Millennium Falcon with it. Oh yeah, there's a weird scene where Han is like openly talking, like on open channels, talking to Darla because she's like, stop flying around, and it's like, yeah, fuck you, I'm Han Solo. And all the turrets start shooting at him. I think it literally said, like, all turrets. And none of them are shooting on Yavin really anymore. Okay. Luke wants to go down to Yavin, so they basically land on there. And he wants to stay there, and he doesn't want to escape with the Jedi. Because it might destroy them all in one go if they were to be hit on the Falcon. I can sort of see that, but then I also wanted, like, can't you just, I don't know, like, rotate the, fly in the atmosphere over the entire planet, basically, and go out the other way. I feel as though that might be a viable choice. I don't know, perhaps it isn't. And it was, like, a little scene. Yeah, you like that one? Still not finished. We're getting there. 51. Yeah, everyone's still alive. By now they should have. There's so many instances where they just could have zoned out.
The reason for the picture is she looks so angry in it.
Oh yeah, right.
She looks absolutely like she looks furious.
This is probably like her being most in character. I mean, here she has like resting bitch face, but I guess it's like fine. But yeah, here she looks like just absolutely livid. Oh no, really? I mean, I like
mateys.
I want her to lose an eye. Like, I don't only want her to lose an eye, but okay, I can accept that. Yeah, but no, they are still alive. Doesn't make sense. Sorry, they should have been dead by now. There's an Imperial fucking super star destroyer in orbit. Oh well. Streen and Karana T, that's what we get here, are apparently best friends because they like accept each other and they act very well like a team. Okay, I would have liked more with that to really care about it, but it was a nice scene. I still wondered, like, because of course the thing of the Night Sisters is that they think men are like actually inferior beings, and it doesn't really seem to bleed into Kirana T's character at all. So far, at least, I don't know if if this is a Jedi thing or if she just never. But she seems to have been this way like since she landed on Yavin 4.
Landed on Yavin 4.
So yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Because great writers, yeah. Because great writers is basically like the explanation for everything in the U. Because great writers. Yeah, Calm is okay. Apparently, like there's an Imperial tank called Juggernaut, which is apparently like really shit.
Actually, hold on. Let me get it up.
Yeah, just want to say, Juggernaut is weirdly spelled in German for no reason. So it's DSCHAGANNATH. That's Juggernaut.
That's weird.
I mean, I guess, yeah, when you read that literally, like the letters, then it will make the correct word, but it's so weird to read it like that. Yeah. And he basically bends the blaster pipe of the tank, like Cam Solusa does, and force manipulates the idiots who are apparently piloting this thing. They are really like they actually are idiots. He describes them that way, and shoot them themselves. Yeah. Apparently he's afraid of using the Force to construct a lightsaber, though. I guess it somewhat fits perhaps his character, okay, but also it's been quite a while for him to be part of the dark side, and maybe he should have just like make someone else, perhaps like make one for you. I don't know, but a lightsaber is pretty useful for a Jedi. Should probably have one at all times. R2 is destroying an ATST. He's luring him into like the hangar of the temple, and when he's below the gate, he closes the gate, and that's how he gets like crushed. Okay, like fine, it's sort of funny. Oh, that's the it's like the one. It's like the one on that's on Kashyyyk, right?
Yep.
Weird. Doesn't look that useless.
Well, it's mostly good for like transportation and stuff like that.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. But
so then, why is it here?
Yeah,
it's Dala doing the attack. Don't question her.
That's fair.
She decides her own rules.
Yep, she needs to blow off some steam. Yep, so just let her be. Okay, and apparently, yeah, the reason that Callista isn't getting her powers back is because even though she belongs to Luke, which is cringe as hell, he is intimidating her with his powers, and she needs space. I can't agree more. Luke and Tion are like teaming up basically to destroy
Tony.
Tony. Need to keep continuity. Like team up to destroy a. So I just translated into Flying Fortress. I'm not sure if that was the actual term. Nice little scene. Callista goes into the jungle. She's going away. Nice. I hope she burns in the fire. She does not, of course. Chapter 52. So, yeah, Lemelisk is basically aware that the Darksaber is a pile of shit, and he escapes on his little private ship. Once again, it's disheartening that Medine died for this. Yep. Chapter 53. Oh yeah, there was a fun little error in Chapter 53 for me. At one point, Zulama was called Solusa, So like just a mistake. Yeah. So the Darksaber, apparently it has no actual defense aside from the laser. Like not even a ship. There's nothing there. Nope. And that's again when I said like I get that Huts are, let's say, greedy, but they don't seem stupid. And like, I mean, frugal isn't even a term anymore. It's just like you've killed yourself with this. Yep. The laser, they want to try and they try to escape from the New Republic. They want to use the laser. The laser is just like spraying sparks. It doesn't work. And the Darksaber is crushed in between two asteroids and is destroyed. Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What is that? Pico.
Tony,
Tony's mother of pearl eyes.
those are beautiful eyes. I would point them out as well.
Do you think Tony misses the old Jays?
She definitely does. But that's why she married.
Keeps researching them, so yeah, probably.
The old Jays.
Doesn't she marry Kamsolusa?
Yes.
Well, that's how she gets back to the old Jays.
Mm.
Oh yeah, chapter 54. It gets explicitly mentioned here that one lucky shot would be enough. One lucky shot would be enough to destroy the temple. Yeah.
Damn. What? Yeah, that makes sense, kind of. It's just like old rock, and
Yeah.
So why not do it?
yeah, why not do it?
Just do it. Like, it's like, oh, I could stop smoking at any point. It's like, if you don't do it, it's not really that impressive to say that. Yeah, they're ground troops there. I don't get how they didn't just report the location to the Superstar Destroyer and move out of the way. Just go. Nope. Callista goes into a TIE fighter and flies into space. Apparently, oh yeah, that's something that was really, really weird to me. Apparently, she used to study the plans for the Executor a long time ago. And how?
Who?
Like Callista. Callista
used to study the old plans for the Executor?
Yes. I don't know since when are construction plans for like super weapons public knowledge.
That thing was constructed in like total secret.
Yes. And Callista was never an Imperial. I mean, she's a villain, but she's not an Imperial. Apparently she knows, so she knows where to go.
And the Executor didn't exist yet when she got put in the computer?
I can only do one.
Oh my... Yeah, so she must have... Like, she only could have studied it now. I guess perhaps the New Republic found those. The plans for the Executor, and now she studied them. But no, she said a long time ago, so... It sounds like it's been years. And yeah, right, she was in a computer. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't make sense of it.
Maybe the Eye of Palpatine was still connected to the internet.
I guess, and like every ship has every information about the Empire at all times. That's very smart. Oh. Yep, she bluffs about her being a stormtrooper, and she manages to land in a hangar with intact TIE bombers. Yeah, that's the thing that happens. Chapter 55. Oh yeah, Han. Han makes a quote about Darla, which is, "This is Darla. She doesn't even know what she's firing at."
Yeah. Han.
I mean, yes, that is true, but why doesn't she know what she's firing at? She should. Han made some Sabak game reference, and I'm just like, please don't do that ever again in your life. I hate Sabak now. Please don't do it. Don't ever want to hear. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, Han provokes Darla by telling him it's oh yeah, Kip and him are on the ship, and all lasers stop firing at the Academy and fire at him instead. She's so stupid. I have no idea why. She could wipe out the Jedi forever, and she just doesn't. Yep. Akbar arrives. That's also a weird sequence. Akbar arrives. There's a super star destroyer, and then he wants to leave again. Okay. Then Cronus is there as well. So Cronus' fleet came up to Yavin 4. They were basically like Cronus was suicide bombed by a Corellian corvette just about to explode. That was sort of funny, and he deserved that. Yeah. And I wrote, I hate how much Kevin pretends like Darla's a good villain. I don't like that. Chapter 56. Yeah, there's nothing to say. Apollyon is just ordering to fly back to Yavin 4 with like a sublight speed, and they want to try to manually calculate mini hyper jumps because the hyperspace and the computers are destroyed. I really still don't like that force attack, I think, but Apollyon seemed like a competent and put together villain, or like a well put together like officer in general. I was like, oh, I like that. Chapter 57. Yeah, so Callista basically goes to all the bombers, and she lets all of them like shoot their vibro rockets against the armored door that's protecting the engines. First of all, I didn't even write that in my notes, but why the hell would the engines be right next to the hangar? That doesn't who constructed?
They're not next to it. The hangar is like down if it's an Imperial Star Destroyer.
Yeah, and it's that's pretty far in the back.
But yeah, the hangars are under it.
Mm-hmm.
Not next to what?
And there's like an armored door at the hangar, and she shoots all the rockets there and like torpedoes and whatever. And two of them, I think, are even shooting at each other, like just to make like a really big explosion. And yeah, she destroyed the engines. So now the Night Hammer is doomed because it's in the reach of Yavin 4's gravitational field. She's moving further to kill Darla. That's what Callista does now. Yeah, I was like it's a hangar, and yeah, you don't even really know who the guy is. Isn't there like one guy who can watch the camera footage there and was like, oh, this person has a Jedi robe on. Probably I should let the atmosphere out of there. Oh no, not gonna do that. So the ship is doomed now. Yeah, Callista expresses an explicit desire to look Darla in the eye and kill her.
What?
And I mean, I share that desire, but for a woman who seemed really fragile about not wanting to use the dark side to access the Force anymore, it seems like a really dark side thing to do.
Definitely.
Yeah. And little did I know, it was somewhat of a setup. Okay. Darla about herself. She needed to be realistic and not let hatred and anger blind her thoughts like last time. Which is basically the justification for her entire character. But okay. So yeah, we know now the Night Hammer is getting pulled towards Yavin 4. It's a doomed ship. Darla orders everyone to get into escape pods. I don't feel like they should escape. Because we get that so that's something that's explicitly said. The all of the Imperial ships leave, and supposedly the New Republic would stay behind. And there's a bunch of escape pods, and all of them escape. Okay. Doesn't make sense. And Darla escapes the same way. She also escapes in an escape pod, and I don't get how. Where is she going to? It pisses me off. Like this was what we were talking about. Like specifically, the last chapters are really beating the rating down, like very hard.
Oh yeah.
For no reason. It didn't need to be that. But yeah. Yeah, but okay. Darla wants to pretend like she remains on the ship, like to inspire basically her soldiers, but later on she also wants to escape. Yeah, but Oh yeah, one of her lieutenants, like one of her male lieutenants, cries now. Okay,
What a pussy.
that's a way to. Yeah, that's a way to pretend that Darla didn't do that. Oh yeah, chapter 59. Darla apparently now is Callista's imperial nemesis. Okay.
Huh?
Callista calls Darla her imperial nemesis.
They're not. That's weird.
Yep, that is. The inscrutable imperial with an iron will. Yeah, I think of Darla when I hear that sentence. For a moment, we have Callista. She, of course, confronts Darla, and she briefly embraces the dark side.
Briefly.
So, very briefly. She deflects a few blaster bolts. Of course, not deflecting them against Darla exactly, but just everywhere. And then Darla sets her blaster to stun, and she gets stunned. And Darla escapes. You know how you have to like push some button, probably, if you want to set like your blaster to stun? Isn't that the perfect time for newfound Darkside user Callista to pull the blaster out of the hand with the force?
That's true.
Yep. But I also don't know, because we know that Callista survives. But she's
Somehow.
stunned. Yeah, somehow she's stunned. Where's she? Like, how is she escaping? And like, how could there even be escape pods? Like an entire Super Star Destroyer just got evacuated. Okay, whatever. I called that a brain damaged object versus an incompetent force, because that's what Callista versus Darla the fight was. It's just two idiots being actual like real retards. Yep. Chapter 60. There's nothing to say. Luke just has, again, little flashbacks to the OT, but I feel really tired trying to pretend that they are good, because by now that's like everything he has to have, like he seems to have in his pocket. Oh my god!
I just said this is a Luke simp chapter, and then moved on.
Yeah, it's legit. It's literally a simp chapter, nothing else. And look, I'm not a monkey. Like, you can't just make me give me a dopamine hit. Like, oh my god, yeah, I remember the OT, and make me clap like a fucking seal. Like, how many times are you gonna refer to the OT? I get it.
You know what's cooler? Other EU references.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's more obscure, and you feel rewarded for having read that.
Following along.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. And like you said, he's whining about Callista. Nothing to say more. Chapter 61. The New Republic picks up Lemelisk. Lemelisk says, Qui, you were always so brilliant, but in some ways you were simply incredibly dumb. I agree. You can't fix Qui'Zak's stupidity. It's not like the ship has sailed a long time ago.
Yeah, queer sucks.
Yep. Wedge says that Lemelisk will be put on trial. First of all, Wedge, didn't you say like 20 chapters ago that, oh, what's he gonna do? He's not a threat anyway. And once again, which court? Wedge? We know from the Jedi Academy trilogy that there is
It's
no
so
court.
disrespectful. Why would you put a court now?
How dare you retcon the perfect base fucking Academy stuff?
It's the best Star Wars trilogy. Better than the OT, even.
It's fun.
I mean,
it's really fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Star Wars is a movie about space wizards intended for children.
Yeah. Oh!
And in 1977, a stormtrooper did bonk his head on the Death Star. So
This is a fact.
So accept everything. I mean, you should accept Rings of Power as well, because there was a car in the Shire in the beginning of Fellowship. So shut up. It's always been stupid. Yep. That's it. Chapter 62. Yeah. I was building the scenario, like, how did anyone escape? Pelion's fleet is outside the system and is explicitly ordered not to enter. The Victory-class Star Destroyers have fled. The New Republic forces are still there. Presumably.
Why?
And how exactly are any escape pods leaving? Where are they going to? Am I supposed to believe that they shot towards, like, that the Victory-class Star Destroyers managed to take them along? Like, there was a New Republic fleet. There was a whole backup. I don't believe you. Like, they can literally just pull on a tractor beam and pull them in.
They're not letting them gaslight you.
No. Because, of course, Darla survives and is picked up. Darla does the first and the only smart thing I think she will ever do, which is give all command over the Empire to Pelion. Yep. Chapter... Right, so... I'm gonna see... Yeah. Chapter 63. There's a little... We made it. There's a little, like, eulogy, like a little speech about Dorsk, 81, Callista, and Medine. Nice enough, even though the deaths really weren't, like, let's say the circumstances of them. I mean, Callista isn't dead, so that's also sort of a bummer. Oh yeah, surprise, surprise, Callista didn't actually die. She somehow escaped with an escape pod. Who knows how? How she got conscious again after being stunned, I don't care. She needs to go her own way now. Let me get it out, and I put, like, a violin and the hand emoji where pointer finger and a thumb are together. Yeah, I'm playing the smallest fucking violin in the world just for you, Callista. An entire symphony. And this was it. This was Darksaber. Well, how did you guys feel about this experience?
Exhausting.
Oh yeah. What a novel of all time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
They didn't have to fuck up the ending. It could have been like a Hutt versus the Empire thing because they didn't want a competitor coming in.
Yeah, like a 3-way fight. That sounds really cool. This would actually be something new. Like, actually, like,
You could knock out the Super Star Destroyer with the Darksaber. That could work. And it'd be like a reference to the OT because remember when in Jedi when that happens.
Yep.
Good times.
But
I remember those days.
I do remember those days. Yeah.
Same.
But yep. OMG, it's Tony, wife of Salua. I mean, that is how Tony found the old Jace again, you know? Yeah, I found it exhausting as well. I think there was quite a bit of fun stuff, which is almost even more disheartening because it seems as though he would have been capable of writing an actually competent, like really competent novel. He just didn't.
And then he just keeps getting distracted and putting other shit in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a perfect here, Darla Callista. That's for you. Whole symphony. Yeah, it was exhausting. It was fun in some places. It legit had quite cool scenes and fun, and some. Chapter 11 I can reread every day if I wanted to. But yeah, I think I wanted to give it like a 6 initially when I saw quite a bit of good stuff, but there's too much bad stuff.
Oh, what are you guys leaning towards? What ranking?
A generous 5.
Yep, a generous 5 here as well.
5 is acceptable. It has a lot of very good stuff. It just the problem is also it deteriorates specifically at the end. Yeah, it's too bad for it to be any higher. So 5, very generous. It's an okay book. Yeah, that's really all there is to say. So yeah, that's it for Darksaber. I'm already like, I think 160 pages or something in Planet of Twilight. That's a book certainly. Yeah, like I said, next week there will be no stream, even if I'm finished, because I have to study and I have exams. But the week after that, so like 24th, should be that. By that time, I should be finished. So yeah, that's where we're gonna probably do Planet of Twilight, and I guess Murder and Slush Time as well.
Slush time.
Yay.
Yeah, look, I was
Yeah.
a second.
What
quick
the hell
overview.
is slush time?
It's for Gamorreans, don't you know?
It's
But
when
it's-
they fuck. It's their mating season.
Slush time. Man, I'm gonna drink an iced tea when I hear that.
The same. I won't like go out to the, to the how are they called? I don't know.
The old Jays.
Shut up. Yeah. So yep, that's all there really is to say. 5 out of 10. Disappointing, I would say. And Planet of Twilight in 14 days probably. So I thank you guys again for being on here. Thank you for watching if you've reached here, if you reached this point. And see you next time. Bye bye.